Okay, I'm going to start a reading. Messengers from the book Messengers from starting it all, screwing it all up already. Gosh darn it. Messengers of Deception, UFO Contacts and Cults. Jacques Vallée. I hope my son's doing well. I haven't heard from him in a week. Obviously, he doesn't want to talk to me. So, I'm sure his mom and sister are doing a fine job demonizing me. Anyways, I'll see him Wednesday. Maybe I'll give him a call tomorrow. Still know I'm thinking of him. Intelligence reports. By the way, I'm almost to my first 100 pages of my book that I'm writing. Fortunately, I don't have to read that out loud. Although I might. But, yeah, well, it's not, obviously it won't be professional. I certainly have no threat to the booksellers, me reading this stuff. I stumble through every damn word I read, so I'm lucky to get through a whole sentence without screwing up a word. 10. Intelligence reports. After he told the citizens it was only stars and had talked to Mahrabad Tower, I think that's how you pronounce it, Mahrabad, I don't know, it's some place in Iran. I can't speak that language, I can barely speak English. Anyways, he decided to look for himself. He noticed an object in the sky similar to a star, but bigger and brighter. He decided to scramble an F-4 from Shah-Rokin Air Force Base to investigate. The United States Department report on an attempted interception of a UFO in Iran on September 19, 1976. Cuban military installations reported a bogey approaching the Cuban landmass from the northeast. Two MiG-21s interceptors were scrambled. Cuban Air Defense Headquarters ordered the wing leader to arm his weapons and destroy the object. Seconds later, the wingman began screaming that the wing leader's aircraft had exploded. Within hours, we received orders to ship all tapes and pertinent intelligence to the National Security Agency, and were told to list the incident and the squadron files as aircraft lost due to equipment malfunction. Testimony from a member of the 6947th or the 6,947th Security Squadron, Boca Chica Naval Air Station, charged with the monitoring of Cuban military communications. In October 1975, a preliminary intelligence report was prepared for the U.S. Attorney of Minneapolis. Although it was entitled Intelligence Information Regarding Occult Activities Throughout the United States, it really centered on cattle and human mutilations and their relationship to UFOs. The report was based on the confessions of two convicts who later escaped from jail and were recaptured and confessed that their earlier statements had been a hoax. In the process, dozens of law enforcement agencies and many states, as well as such federal agencies as the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms of the Treasury Department, had been pulled into investigation. The report is of interest no matter what the true nature of the confessions may be, because it shows that the public is starting to place UFOs, mutilations, and fringe sects of various kinds into the same mental category. Furthermore, it reveals both the degree to which informers who report to law enforcement agencies have infiltrated the various groups involved, the extreme naivety with which investigations of this scope and importance are handled. The report began with a statement summarizing the experience that the special agent in charge had with mutilation cases. It confirmed all the patterns we have already observed in Chapter 9. About the time he concluded these investigations, he became aware of letters written to authorities by a prison inmate named Albert K. Bankston. Or Bankston, maybe that's what it is. This man stated that he knew who the mutilators were. He said that they were members of a satanic cult and that he wanted to assist in their arrest. However, he was afraid of reprisals and asked to be transferred to the Minnesota jail. He added that some motorcycle clubs were heavily involved in these operations, which included human sacrifice. Yep. That seems to be part of the equation. I mean, that's what I've been told by people who are involved in that shit. Furthermore, there was a list of prominent liberals who would be assassinated by the group. Among them, Senator Hubert Humphrey and actress Kim Novak. The interrogation of Bankston disclosed that he had met in jail a former Hells Angel who kept talking about a secret organization that he referred to simply as the occult. This so-called occult was responsible for the mutilations. Bankston said the use of animal organs and its rituals. Another friend of Bankston named Dan Duggan, was also allegedly involved. If Duggan transferred to Minnesota, Bankston added he could reveal more about the whole thing. The authorities agreed. The information was brought to the attention of the U.S. Attorney Office, which, through Judge Lord, issued a writ for Duggan. On March 16, 1975, Duggan was transferred to Dakota County Jail in Hastings, Minnesota. Dan Duggan was eagerly interrogated and spread before the government agents his amazing tale of satanic orgies and nocturnal capers. And the story of Dan Duggan. When Duggan lived in Texas, he said he became a heavy user of drugs. It was through such contacts that he was recruited into the occult, in quotes, and witnessed the mutilation of small animals. In 1969, he added he also observed a human sacrifice in Cozad, Nebraska. Or, I guess how you from? Oh, Cozad? Yeah. 4 innocent teenagers were shot with tranquilizer guns and received massive injections of the drug PCP. About 2 hours later, they were dead, mutilated and used in what the report calls atrocities too horrible to mention. Duggan added that animals were also killed by means of tranquilizer pellets, and that the cultists take care to misguide investigators. He said they all got a particular thrill over not leaving any tracks, and often talked about how the authorities would sooner or later begin blaming the whole thing on UFOs, which is what came to pass. When the occult began to plan an increase in its human mutilations, Duggan said he decided to get out. The group, he added, had definite political and racial overtones. He went on to, that's got this figure here, Farmer and Reuben Olson looks at a calf that was mutilated on his property near Kiowa, Colorado in August 1975. Carl Whiteside, an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, stated that trying to catch the culprits was like chasing a ghost. And this is courtesy of the United Press International. And that's him just looking at his dead animal. Provide the investigators with a list of names, including a Bell helicopter employee who was already a suspect on narcotic traffic, burglary, and fencing. Authorities were interested in the angle because of frequent reports of unmarked helicopters at the sites of the mutilations. Many of these revelations dovetailed with information already in the files of the investigators. One of the Texas SW Cattlemen Association investigators and Texas Ranger captain have interviewed a young man and woman in their area about occultists in Texas, and he has detailed the structure and activities of the occult almost identical with the information given by Bankston and Duggan. Furthermore, police around the country have been increasingly worried about ritual murders. For example, state investigators in Colorado reported they had discovered 4 murders with occult elements in 1974 alone, 2 near Aspen and 2 near Vail. The use of helicopters and tranquilizers in connection with the mutilations made a lot of sense. All the persons named by Duggan existed and had had some dealings with the police for one reason or another. Most were known to be interested to various degrees in witchcraft. However, this information could easily have become known to Duggan and Bankston through their contacts in the underworld. It did not necessarily mean that their mutilation involvement was true as described. Duggan's story was a mixture of fiction and reality, but many people were ready to swallow it. The story of Bankston and Duggan was very timely for ufologists who were still expecting friendly visitors from outer space. Some of them were building landing pads for them and erecting welcome signs. Wherever the mutilations are mentioned to ufologists, their standard answer is, it's all been solved as a simple cult activities. When I was told of this explanation in 1976, I asked 3 questions exactly which cult had been identified. There are at least 3 different organizations that call themselves satanic in Northern California alone. Why no arrests had been made and why the mutilations were continuing. There were no answers to the questions, so I pressed for the basic facts and contacted the special agent who had written the report. He told me that he no longer believed the facts to be as simple as he once had. For instance, although all the people named by Duggan did exist, some of them were in jail during the period when his story placed them at mutilation sites. On the last day of May 1975, Bankston escaped from the small Minnesota County jail to which he had managed to get transferred. The next day, Duggan escaped from his jail in Texas. Both were recaptured, and the general consensus was that their stories had been tall tales designed to earn them the confidence of jail authorities and more lenient treatment. When this failed to materialize, they executed their escape plan. By late 1975, mutilation investigators agreed that any involvement by cult members was more the exception than the rule, and that the real culprits were much more powerful. The occult theory was inadequate. The ranchers had come to the same conclusion since they kept seeing flying objects of various kinds in the mutilation areas at night, and since some of these resembled helicopters, they concluded that the military was responsible. There were two schools of thought. Some farmers believed that the sect or secret group within the military was performing rituals using stolen cattle organs. I'm going to go back here and look at this. And an asterisk in the bottom here, it says, these points are especially puzzling because the police put a high priority on such cases and often solve them in a matter of days. For example, the Queens District Attorney Office in New York conducted a vigorous investigation of a case in which a self-styled warlock sold human skulls to pagan sects. In November 1977, they arrested 5 suspects, and the bail was set at $25,000 by a judge who said their crime of crematory desecration defied description among civilized people. I would agree with that one. There's a lot of strange shit out there. People think I'm strange. I didn't do any of this kind of stuff. I'm the most boring human being you ever meet in your life. Maybe that's what makes me so strange. A large number believed that the government was conducting massive experiments, testing new drugs on the animals. The ranchers had not forgotten the nerve gas deaths of thousands of sheep in Utah, long denied by military authorities, and the research on epidemics, mind control, and the effect of drugs that had been conducted on unsuspecting victims by the government. The ranchers began firing on helicopters leaving or returning to Fort Carson at low altitude, and several of the machines came back to base with bullets in their sides. A Fort Carson pilot, an officer, was arrested for drug traffic. He was also suspected of having flown helicopters at night to supply animals to local witch covens, but these tranquilizing allegations were never proven. Neither was it explained how a single group could be responsible for hundreds of incidences in several states. At night, the ranchers kept up vigils, parking their pickups on hilltops and staying in contact with citizens via radio. However, the mutilations continued, even on stormy nights when helicopter flights were prevented by the weather. The theory of government intervention was not as far-fetched as it may seem at first glance. Among the ranch families were men who had returned from Vietnam and from the Philippines, where they had participated in counterinsurgency operations that used mythology to achieve political change. In the fight against the Hooks, I guess it's H-U-K-S. It's not Hooks. In the Philippines, for instance, the troops were instructed to fake vampirism to impress the enemy. I heard about this one before. The enemy dead were strung upside down from the limbs of trees, and their jugulars pierced with small incisions found days later by their comrades. Their bodies drained of blood, and with what seemed to be teeth marks on their necks, the dead were presumed to have fallen victim of immortal enemies. In Vietnam, some special forces troops exploited the myth of the evil eye by gouging out the eyes of enemy soldiers and leaving them on the backs of corpses. I can't believe anybody would be involved with period. I don't care what your damn excuse is. If somebody, I would rather just be court-martialed, be honest with you. If somebody asked me to do such shit, I'd be like, screw that. I don't care about if national security is the nation that I'm trying to secure is promoting this kind of crap. I don't want to be part of it. That's my thinking. That's what I'd be thinking, at least. Some twisted shit, man. There's a lot of twisted shit out there. People are twisted. According to a witness before Senator Frank Church's Select Committee on Intelligence, there was even a harebrained plan to simulate the second coming of Christ using flares launched from a submarine off the coast of Cuba in the hope of contributing to the overthrow of the Castro government. In other words, mutilation, the simulation of paraphysical phenomena, and the exploitation of local beliefs are indeed familiar tools in the arsenal of some government agencies. Which begs the question for me, when I was heavily involved with Christianity and believing in Jesus and all that crap, that I was having these encounters. And so what's going on with there? Obviously, they were knowing what I was up to because I was open about it. In my YouTube channel, my previous one, I read the damn thing, and I'm talking about the Bible now, and on the talk show all the way through. And I was interviewing and talking. I was a hardcore Christianite, Jesus fanatic, right? Because I had another hope at the time. You would probably be the same thing. You might turn to the same thing at least if you lost every damn thing and you had nowhere else to go to, and you realized that you were never ever going to be able physically to bail yourself out of the circumstances you're in, and that people were going to abandon you left and right. You would go to something like God, wouldn't you? I'm not saying there's not a creator, by the way. I don't know. I hope there is. But I know one thing. When you look at the absolute results of the Abrahamic faith, or religion in general, or belonging to any of these cults, you would just be a fool to even be part of any of it. You can research it, you can study it, you can believe in God. But I would keep it to yourself. Because people will use it against you, and I guarantee you that's what happened to me. I would get around to writing about the which clearly was some form of spiritual warfare. There's medicine women and men out there, and high cultists that seem to know how to interact with things. They call elementals or spirits, and it can be quite disturbing when it happens to you, because no one's going to believe you and they know no one's going to believe you. And if you don't figure out how to exert your own authority against this shit, they could have a field day with you. Psychologically, the bare minimum. Even if it's just a big giant ruse, which of course it's not. I mean, this whole thing about astral projecting and in out-of-body experiences, the reason why they keeps popping up in all these cults and different religions and the cultist circles is because there's some truth to it all. Now, it could be some hallucination, mass hallucination. Well, I don't know how you prove that. And I know when I was going through it, there was no group supporting me or experiencing the same thing with me. In saying that, though, I think a lot of these entities, these beings, themselves are being exploited by bad characters, bad actors. Many of them are human beings. So I have a different perspective on everything, right? A lot of people think like Sasquatch is. I used to think it was a demon because of the weird experiences I had because of it. But now I realize it's just part of the reality of things, and I think it's judging a book by its cover, and it's really a wrong thing to do. If a lot of people met me, they would just look at me and they see a 55-year-old man that looks pissed off and angry. Yet I'm not. I might be disappointed, and I might be in an extreme amount of pain, therefore I always have a grimace on my face, but I'm actually quite a nice guy, actually. But most people will never give me that opportunity because we're conditioned to judge a book by its cover. Now, when it comes to these things like Sasquatch and all these elementals and these spirits, they're freaks of nature, according to us. But then again, we would see an ant or a flea or a fly as a freak of nature, wouldn't we? And yet they're part of nature, aren't they? And they can't help the way they were designed any more than we can help the way we've been, how we look. And with all the pruning and grooming and plucking and shucking that we do to try to make us look more appealing to other human beings, look, beauty is the eye of the beholder, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of men and women out there that seem to have great charisma and attractiveness. And I look at it, I'm going to go, what the hell? And the same thing's about me, right? A lot of people look at me and say, man, that guy's a freak. And you know what? I wouldn't disagree at all. But at the same token, it goes back to you can't judge a book by its cover because you don't know what the human being's true intent is. There's an awful lot of very nice-looking, pleasant-looking people who have something else going on in between their ears. It's just the way life is, right? But because of our indoctrination, we will buy into the fact we see a guy in a suit and tie, or a guy walking around in a priest garment, or whatever it may be, a uniform. We think automatically authority, right, figures, and that somehow we can trust them. Some of the nicest people I ever met in my life, they don't have a pot to piss in. And vice versa, by the way. Once again, you can't judge a book by its cover, and when it comes to the status and where they're at in life. Although there's a higher probability that if you're a filthy rich son of a bitch, there's a reason for that, and it's probably because your scruples are a little less. You have lower standards than someone like me. And, that doesn't say much, and you say by condemning them or judging people, but it's not really the case. We live in a system that rewards lying, deceiving, manipulation, and I think it's deliberately designed, whether you want to believe it as a Satan or not that's doing it. I think we are doing it for the most part. The people in the top, right? They do this to maintain their status quo. The most powerful weapons are that of mind control, which we're hearing right now, or we're delving into a little bit at a very small level. But it's very effective. And one of the best ways to ostracize a person or get rid of them is to demonize them, spread a rumor. And then I see it happen to me, and I'm like, fuck. I'm like, how did this happen to me? I didn't do anything to anybody. And yet, the shit that I go through, and I'm like, well, what the hell? What was I supposed to do? This is where they talk about your reputation is out of your hands. In a lot of ways it is. So the best way to go, at least for me, after 55 years, I'm just going to do my own thing, whether anybody wants to be part of it or not. I have no choice in the matter. But I'm certainly not going to just play a game, be a lifetime actor so that I can be part of the grand deception. If you don't care, if that's not a big deal to you, I guess it's your prerogative, right? And I just have to accept that as well. Consequences are all our actions. There's consequences due to our actions, right? And just because I refuse to do certain things, I don't feel myself better than anyone else at all. I know I'm not. Just listen to me reading this book, and I'm not better than... The odds are, just the fact that I'm reading this book out loud demonstrates to everyone that I know I'm not better than anyone else. At the same token, I don't care that I'm not better than anyone else. I want to learn, and I want to fight to the bitter end, the best I can, and when I leave this plane of existence with as the minimum amount of regret. Now, there's always going to be, I wish you could do more. You always wish you could do more, but you know what? There's such a thing as predeterminism. This illusion about self-will. If at best it's fickle, like everything else in this life. I have a choice. Do I have a choice? Sometimes I wonder what's forcing me to read these things and put them out online, knowing full well that no one's going to listen to it. It's going to be a handful of you. Most of you are not going to be able to tolerate my voice, my stuttering, my screwing up words and sentences, but there's multiple reasons for doing it. One, I want to learn. B, I need to do this because it's important that human beings, that we have a mouth, right? We're designed to talk, and since I don't have anybody in my immediate life to talk to that much, this is my way of talking out loud. And I think I brought this up in a previous recording, maybe the last one, that I discovered when I started picking up the guitar again that I couldn't sing. And it's because I hadn't been using my vocal cords enough, the ones were strong enough to even sing. And now I'm realizing that I'm so weak I have a hard time even talking. So there's importance in speaking out loud for yourself. Now, other people might not appreciate that, but it's like any other exercise, right? To develop muscles, right? You want to have strong abdomens, you're going to have to do some freaking work and some sit-ups and ab exercises, right? And if you want decent-looking biceps, etc., if you want a sharp mind, you're going to have to put a lot of time into it. In fact, it takes a lot of work to maintain our meat suits, which brings up another thing, too. I know I'm getting so off track with this reading, but when you think about how this whole place is designed, how if there is a Satan, if someone told me this, and now he's a bit of a new ager, that's just his business, his prerogative. I don't want anything to do with it, although I interact with them, and other people are that way. One of the things I've been noticing on TikTok, there's a lot of these new age mediums and that kind of stuff, and man, they sound just like the cults I'm reading right now in this book. And I'm like, and there's the Christians are no different, and everyone thinks the other person's in the wrong path or going to hell or whatever. Where was I going with this? I had something important. I thought was important to share. Hey, it's time to get back into reading, huh? The helicopter theory cannot be completely disproved because there are now various types of slight aircraft that can go through maneuvers that are very similar to UFO behavior. Now, this is back in the 1970s. It's now 2023, and drone technology have now, and you know damn well they had drones back then as well. So that's something to think about. I mean, the problem with this whole situation is first of all, we're all freaking screwed in the head, right? And we've done it to each other through our educational system, through our religions, through the television, through what we say to each other, right? And how we act and behave towards each other. The best sensors on the planet are your neighbors, are your family, are the people, your immediate, your community, right? Your quote-unquote community. They're the best sensors out there. And so the power elite know of this, and they tap into that. If that does not affect you, and you're someone like me, and you open up your mouth, and you go online and do what I did, there's something I probably have to talk about in my book, is what I went through from 2020 to 2022. Because I opened up my mouth because I was concerned about my community. Even though the community was not concerned about me, didn't want anything to do with me, I didn't want them to go through, and I don't want anybody to go through what I'm going through. I don't care how good, bad, or beautiful, or whatever you are. I don't want you to go through what I'm going through. It's awful to go through what I'm going through. Or to see what my little brother's gone through his whole life. Or see what my niece has gone through it. And it's clear that they singled out certain families. My dad being, a lot Native American, and my mom being Rh negative, and both meeting in children's homes. And I think that they I know they take records on us, right? And then on top of that, it's a game of Russian roulette with all this shit that they call, things that they supposedly are doing for our better interest in our health, right? Well, there's an awful lot of people who've been, and we just read this about this whole thing about the government and the military not having any problem, nerve gassing the hell out of a whole bunch of people in their own country. Most people think that the worst atomic explosion that happened, or bomb that's ever, our most destructive one, happened in Japan. Well, there was one 4 times as radioactive that was dropped a month or two before they actually dropped the ones in Japan, allegedly. If they even dropped it on Japan, for all we know. And I mean, they could have done. You don't necessarily have to drop these things to necessarily cause a problem. Anyways, back to my point being, authority. Just because somebody presents themselves as someone that knows shit and is a position of power, doesn't mean A, that they give a shit about you, and B, they actually know what they're talking about. And as we've learned about this thing already in this reading, and I'll bring it up again, and there's, maybe I'm guilty of something and don't even mean to be that way. But when you listen to someone who drones on and it's going nowhere, it's heading nowhere, you know what I mean? And it's a lot of platitudes and just trying to make you feel good, or to just make your head all dizzy, you know what I mean? Like you're asking, where's this going? You've had a conversation like this. You can listen to, there's plenty of conversations we've all had in our lives, and you're like, where is this shit going? And that's part of mind control. The incongruencies, contradictions, these, leading this, I can't remember how they call it now, where you just constantly talk about something that leads to nowhere. You know what I mean? Which, we're all guilty of it in certain facets. But usually, normal, close relationships with people. Like if I'm talking to somebody, I don't need to talk the way I'm talking right now. I'll have moments when I talk like this, you know, but most of the time, a sentence or two is enough to get the point across, right? You know, if somebody you're dealing with, you want to get to the point. You don't want to exercise your prowess in your vocabulary. You want to get to the point. You don't want to waste your friend's time on things, right? I'm screwing up here. Anyways, who knows? Maybe I would have been a great occultist and a great one, leader of some cult. Yes, bring the Lord of Ord. Bring him. Have him talk for an hour to this our latest initiate. Adept. We'll get them. We'll get them all hypnotized with the ramblings of that old man. But I digress, and I doubt it very much that anybody would ever recruit me for much of anything. I do all the recruit. You know what? If anybody, the funny thing is, if I don't maybe you're one of these people. If I don't reach out to someone, no one's going to reach out back to me. I mean, no one's gonna. My own son won't do it. Does that say something about me? Maybe. It's not intentional. Let's go back to this. The helicopter theory cannot be completely disproved because there are now various types of silent craft that can go through maneuvers that are very similar to UFO behavior. And remember, this is almost 50 years, at least 45 years. Actually, when was this thing written? I'm starting to see. I thought it was in the early or 70s, but it can't be. It must be the early 80s. No, it was in the 90s, wasn't it? So 1990s, they're already. He's talking about these things like drones, right? So that's 30 years later, and the damn well they have drones if they want to. They can mimic a whole host of UFOs. Hell, I mean, you can get fooled from Chinese, those Chinese lanterns. People get fooled with that all the time, right? They'll take a couple of short videos or a couple stills and say, look, there's a bunch of UFOs, And people, there's always going to be someone gullible enough to buy into it. It doesn't even matter if you do buy into it, to be honest with you. Because here's the thing, especially the way things work in the online, it's clickbait, right? As long as people are clicking and the numbers are, you know what I mean? It still works today. I mean, I post a video on my YouTube channel about the Romanian alleged Bigfoot or Yeti, right? Now, I still do have serious doubts that is actually a Yeti. And I pointed out towards the end of that recording that, the bear, the chest and the stomach, I even brought it up with tomorrow's guest, which by the time you hear this will be past tense, but on the 21st of November, which is tomorrow, a Tuesday, I'll be interviewing JT from Sasquatch Confessions. And hopefully Len will be there as well, and he's got an experience with the Sasquatch as well. But I talked about this as well. I brought this up, and we did like a little test, and we showed a couple images that I got from, was it Rocky Mountain Sasquatch, whatever it is. I never can remember that name, just like no one ever remembers the name of my show. But the funny thing is, we all pretty much agree that the one from Romania was fake. But when I looked at it, and I saw that this carrying a frickin' log, right? This is a power of also, man, I'm going to talk about this too. This whole thing about synchronicity. So me bringing up, next thing you know, I actually find an video of something of a Sasquatch. It looks like a Sasquatch to me. Most people would not be. Most people think it's a dude in a hoodie, right? It's a Sasquatch. A lot of these things, at least, they look like. At least there's entities and beings that look like dudes in hoodies. They're hanging out with Sasquatch, to put it that way, and they're big. And this thing's pulling a tree right out of the ground with its roots and throwing it, right? And it's one of the best images or a piece of footage I've ever seen, right? Whether they faked or not, I highly doubt it. Because the only one I ever seen since then, but prior to that, until today, or was it last night? It was within the past 24 hours. Was the one from Thinker Thunker, which is the one shadowy being that looks like a Sasquatch that pole vaults a tree, right? And part of my thing that I'm going to talk about in my book is how no one's ever seen a Sasquatch actually build a tree structure. But now that I'm talking about it and talking out loud, I wouldn't be surprised if something shows up, something will pop up on the internet, or someone will show up in my life, and they'll hey, yeah, look, we got it filmed. We got them actually building it. Because that's how this Fortean soul trap matrix works. It's so much of it, and anomalies and the contradictions, just endless in this life. I understand those who have a scientific mind and bent and a materialist mind, and they believe that they have all the answers through that you know, whatever it may be. They don't. We don't. We got better explanations for things at times, more practical at times that are very useful, but we don't have all the answers. Nobody has all the answers. Which you would think, after all these thousands of years being here, regardless of the number of cataclysmic events that have happened to set us back, which is part of this matrix, that enough of wisdom should be maintained and preserved that we've been far ahead of where we're at right now. And I totally derailed myself here. Sorry. Anyways. Sometimes you just need to talk. You know, this is, reading out loud is a cheap substitute, right? It's the second best thing, right? So anyways, if equipped with appropriate lights, as the Vietnam-type helicopters are, they would closely duplicate what UFO witnesses have reported. Whatever the facts about aircraft may be, the mutilations are closely allied with the UFO beliefs. I wish I had vocabulary like Jacques. Or someone even have that. Animal disappearances and deaths, as well as mutilations of various kinds, both animal and human, have been part of folklore of UFOlogy since the report of cow butcherings in 1897. And I would take it a step further when we look at, once again, the Old Testament and the Bible and all the ancient texts. What were the people doing? Animal and human sacrifices. They were appeasing somebody or something. Even if it was just total delusion and total BS, and that there's no truth behind any of what they expected. This has been part of our history. And, why would we do things that are so contrary to our best interests? Like sacrificing our own children. To me, there's something else involved here that's more than psychosomatic or psychological. Some biochemical thing going on, or it's simple just tradition. There's something else going on here. And I don't have the answer any more than anybody else does that I've heard yet. I've heard a lot of people claim they do, but once you start asking questions, it all falls apart. Just like a lot of my theories fall apart. I shouldn't even say theories. They're not even working hypotheses. Just a hunch, an idea, a notion. Anyways, later denied by descendants of individuals involved. The case of Snippy the horse, the stealing of domestic animals and poultry by UFO knots in France in 1954, the human dissections linked to the Humo affair in Spain, and finally the recent series of gory incidences in half of the American states and in Puerto Rico. The symbols attached to the UFO phenomena are the primary images of life, blood, death, sex, time, space, sky. Carl Jung could expand vastly on his archetypical hypothesis about UFOs if he came back today to study the documents that have been accumulated on this subject. What are the organs? What are the organs taken by the mutilators? The eyes, the ears, the tongue, the genitals. That is, the organs concerned. It says here before we get further, symbols are found in fringe religious occultism. What just happened? What just happened? You gotta be kidding me. It just dropped off. No. I didn't even press a button and that whole page just dropped off. Gotta be kidding me. That was rather strange. I've had some strange occurrences the past 7 days. Well, first of all, my friend Eric, Gibbs, that does the music. Yeah, he had some weird and anomalous things happen at his place, electronic stuff. And then, when I went out last night to film some of the sky, right, in my backyard, in which I filmed some apparitions, but not any orbs, per se. I mean, there were some orbs, but nothing bright, nothing flashy or anything like that. And my trunk was open. And I know damn well I didn't leave my trunk open. And so the last time that I went in my back to film, or even went to my car, was on the 16th, because I've been busy. Like 18th I wrote, 17th and 18th I was writing in my book, and then doing some readings and stuff like that. So I've just been too busy to film anything, right? And so my trunk was open. Now, it could have been somebody that was messing around with stuff and maybe trying to find something to steal. I haven't even bothered to check to see if anybody did steal anything. He might have. Secondly, then this happened. But last week, Eric, he had an amp just turn on, and it wasn't plugged in. It started making a noise and wasn't even plugged into the wall. That could be something, residual effect, but he said it had plugged in for quite a while. And he also felt like he said something went right through him. And from my observation, my own personal experience, that I can't prove to anybody, is that when I start focusing on this stuff, things start happening again. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm not going to stop doing it. It wouldn't be surprised if the damn place burns down before. I mean, that's 2022. Had a freak electrical storm that wiped out my computer, and the only computer that got wiped out was mine. I think there might have been a couple other ones, maybe. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. I know mine got wiped out, and that's after I started filming stuff in the trees, right? I started getting some pretty cool images after taking a couple years off from doing this, right? After focusing the 2020 and through 22 on the things that are going on, right? But the head magicians, the sorcerers that run this place, right? The plantation owners, or managers, I should say. But the owners are involved with this as well, right? And then this happens, right? And it just disappeared. I didn't hit the exit button or anything like that. They had to go and refine this. Go into my bookmarks and books and find this. And then amazingly, it took me right back to the page that I was on. It could be a glitch in my computer, sure. I also know that they have the ability to, whoever they may be, to screw with your computer, right? Which I'm not going to just not do this, and I could care less what happens, to be honest with you. I'm at that stage in my life where I got nothing to lose. You know what I mean? I mean, it could cause my life to be more miserable if things get worse. But, you know, it's miserable enough for me. I mean, there's nothing to stop me at this point. And I think part of the problem is if one other person starts talking the way I'm talking because of what I'm saying, now there's two of us. And that will slowly snowball, right? And people will start questioning a lot of these things. Not only questioning the religion that they belong to and the God that they say they worship, but also the fact that this soul trap matrix that we live in, what kind of hell do we actually live in? A lot of people say, oh, that's very negative, but no, it's not. Honesty at times seems very negative, doesn't it? It's very dark. There's good things about life too, sure. If you're young and got your health and your dreams still, and you know there's making love to a beautiful woman, you know, all sorts of things that are potentially to make life a little more interesting and desirable. But you know what? There's a lot of strangeness too, and I am going to talk about the strangeness. And I'm going to ask the questions why I went through everything that I've gone through. And I'm not going to accept the fact that I did something wrong in a previous life. I think some other things have done things wrong to all of us in this life and potentially in previous lives. Called deception. Yeah, we might agree to the deception, right? But it was out of ignorance. We're all operating out of ignorance. These things have the ability to mess with their electronics. You can call them demons, spirits, you can call them angels, you can call them whatever the hell you want to call them. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure we're not even calling them by the right name. That's the reason why they become popular memes and part of our vocabulary, right? Our vernacular, as they say. Because if we were actually talking of the absolute truth, I don't think they'd be too thrilled about it. Especially those who, if the gig was exposed and was up, you know what I mean? But then again, regardless if it ends up that way or not, it's not worth living this life in fear or worrying what the next thing is going to happen. It's just not worth it. Life's difficult enough as it is. Anyways, back to this about this cattle organ stuff. A large number believed that the government was conducting massive experiments and testing new drugs on animals. Ranchers are not forgotten, and I never read this, but we're going to read it again and we're going to cover basically 2 pages, but it's worth going over again because, you know, if they're willing to do this shit, listen, ranchers had not forgotten the nerve gas deaths of thousands of sheep in Utah, long denied by the military authorities, and research and their research on epidemics, mind control, and the effects of drugs that had been conducted on unsuspecting victims by the government. Whatever that government, that governing that mind control institution is in the first place, right? Ranchers began firing on helicopters leaving and returning to Fort Carson at low altitude, and several of the machines came back to the base with bullets in their sides. A Fort Carson pilot and officer was arrested for drug traffic. And we know the number one drug traffickers in the world are governments. The United States might be the largest one. And then you have to ask yourself what actually a government is. Just an instrument of the oligarchs. Am I being used right now as a useful dupe? Probably. Too stupid to realize that this actually was happening. He was suspected of having flown helicopters at night to supply animals to local witch covens. But these tantalizing allegations were never proven. Of course, they'd never be proven. And neither was it explained how a single group could be responsible for hundreds of incidences in several states. At night, ranchers kept vigils, parking their pickups on hilltops and staying in contact by citizen band radio. However, mutilations continued, even on stormy nights when helicopters' flight were prevented by weather. The theory of the government intervention was not as far-fetched as it may seem at first glance. Among the ranch families were men who had returned from Vietnam and the Philippines, and where they had participated in counterinsurgencies operations and the use of mythology to achieve political change. In the fight against the hooks in the Philippines, for instance, the troops were instructed to fake vampirism to impress the enemy. Enemy dead were strung upside down from the limbs of trees, and the jugglers pierced with small incisions found days later by their comrades, and the bodies drained of blood and with what seemed to be teeth marks on their necks, and the dead were presumed to have fallen victim to immortal enemies. In Vietnam, some special forces troops exploited the myth of the evil eye by gouging out the eyes of enemy soldiers and leaving them on the backs of the corpse. According to a witness from Senator Frank Church's Select Committee on Intelligence, there was even a harebrained idea to simulate a second coming of Christ. And they still plan on doing something like that. Why wouldn't they? It works. And the number of people that I hear on TikTok that believe the second coming is happening, the world's going to end, it's shocking. How many of them are just totally delusional people? In other words, are actually operatives? How would you know? In the hope of contributing to the overthrow of Castro government, in other words, a mutilation and the simulation of paraphysical phenomena and the exploitation of local beliefs are indeed familiar tools in the arsenal of some government agencies. And I would argue all governments and all ruling bodies of people use that for some form or another. And the helicopter theory cannot be completely disproved, because there are now various types of silent aircraft that can go through maneuvers that are very similar to UFO behavior. If equipped with appropriate lights, as the Vietnam type helicopters are, they would closely duplicate what UFO witnesses have reported. Whatever the facts about aircraft may be, the mutilations are closely allied with the UFO beliefs. Animal disappearance and deaths, as well as mutilations of various kinds, both animal and human, have been part of the folklore in ufology since the report of cow butchering in 1897, later denied by the descendants of the individuals involved. The case of Snippy the Corse, the stealing of domestic animals and poultry by UFOnauts in France in 1954, the human dissection linked to the Emo affair in Spain, and finally the recent series of gory instances in half of American states and Puerto Rico. The symbols attached to the UFO phenomena are primary images of a life: blood, death, sex, time, space, and sky. Carl Jung could expand vastly on his archetypical hypothesis about UFOs if he came back today to study the documents that have accumulated on this subject. What are the organs taken by the mutilators? The eyes, the ears, the tongues, the genitals, and the organs concerned with communication and reproduction. The culprits deserve credit not only as good surgeons but also as good psychiatrists. And then it's got this picture here of the island of Puerto Rico. This map is unusual phenomenon of Puerto Rico compiled by investigator R. Lamarche. A Flying Saucer Review, June 1975, page 9, shows an apparent correlation between UFO sightings and mutilation cases. And I don't know if anyways, let's see, you got a triangle that's cases of other unusual happenings. This triangle, square cases of UFOs, and then the ones in the as brackets, cases of mysterious deaths of animals. I don't know how powerful that is in illustration, but there it is. I have had several conversations with a law enforcement officer who investigated cases in the Northern Plains. He gave me some first-hand details. Is there any indication of the level of sophistication of the people doing the mutilations? I asked. There is the case. I examined an animal, a cow, whose sex organs had been removed, not from the outside, but through a surgical operation that consisted in introducing a scalpel through the rectum and cutting the ligaments. It takes someone with good knowledge of anatomy. Wouldn't predators remove tender organs like the eyes of the carcass? Sure, but in some of our cases, the eye was taken out through an incision above the socket. How would predators do that? Sounds familiar with something we read earlier. So much for the predators, I thought. I kept going down my list of questions. Are there electromagnetic effects along with these cases? I looked into this one incident where the lights went out. Answered the man with a note of frustration in his voice. We never solved the case. This farmer was eating dinner with his family. He was going to go out after dinner and repair the electrical system. Only when he did go out, 20 minutes later, one of his pigs was dead and mutilated 200 yards from the house among the other pigs. He hadn't heard anything. Not a thing. That was the hardest thing to believe. I wasn't born on a farm, but I was born in the country, close enough to farms to know what a horrendous racket a pig makes when it gets slaughtered. So I asked about other indications of a disturbance. There wasn't any disturbance whatsoever, was his answer. How did the light system work? It activated automatically at dusk. There is a photocell. Could you turn the system on and off by shining a spotlight on it? I did exactly that with the officers who were with me using their patrol car light. Sure, you could aim at the cell and turn the system on and off, but can you imagine somebody holding up a light to that cell for 20 minutes while mutilating a pig 200 yards from the house? The whole thing without any noise. I had to admit I couldn't. Are you still doing this kind of investigation? I asked. No, fortunately. We were taken off that kind of thing. I'm sorry we got involved in this problem in the first place. So the strange dialogues go on. The contactees continue to receive their messages of peace and prophecy with open arms. Their groups are infiltrated by shadowy figures from various factions. Their leaders are expressing new political and social ideas, radical theories. Then we got here figure 10.3. This Holstein calf was found mutilated on October 28, 1975 near Middleton, Idaho. The sexual organs, rectum, and tongue had been removed according to local law enforcement authorities, courtesy of the United Press International. Pretty sick stuff if you think about it. Whoever's doing this they're sick puppies, that's for sure. Are appearing with increasing frequencies. Some of us may be of extraterrestrial blood, they say, and therefore superior to the rest of mankind. I have shown this process to be at work around the early contactees, Williamson and Adamski and their associates. I have shown it to be a work behind some of the Rosicrucian groups aboard and the Order of Melchizedek in this country. I think it meant to be abroad, not aboard. The same links can be traced around people like Jack Parsons, who founded JPL, and Ron Hubbard, who founded Scientology. And we could probably say that about the Christianity, right? The Vatican. The evidence continues to indicate that we are not dealing with the preliminary stages of a friendly landing from outer space. It has become clear that we are dealing with a very dangerous process right here on Earth, whatever the ultimate source of the UFO phenomenon happens to be. How can we tell if this process is purposefully used and manipulated? I confess I do not have any proof that a single group of men is responsible. Are the human mutilations of the UMO group, or UMO, I guess it was UMMO group in Spain, and the cattle mutilations in western United States caused by the same group? Probably comes from the Vatican. Or something similar to that. There's this thing, things are not usually so simple. As Major Murphy has said, neither can we be sure that the same groups that are encouraging the fanatic contactee organizations and that operate behind the more bizarre occult sects may also be active in discouraging professional scientists from examining UFO evidence. What we do know at this time seems shattering enough in its awful simplicity. The unpredictable UFO phenomena and its more disgusting extensions at ground level are sending some definite messages, and a lot of people have been listening. As I write this in 1978, there you go, the civilian UFO, that's when it was written, 1978, okay. Or maybe, when was it published though? The civilian UFO groups and contactee organizations, many occult sects, and various government branches are engaged in a strange sort of game. What I have called manipulation may be simple exploitation. The truth about the manipulation of the belief in UFOs may turn out to be that it has been a grotesque hoax perpetrated on thousands of unexpected witnesses in order to use the minds and emotions of the contactees as a means of influencing social beliefs and behaviors. If so, who has decided in what direction this behavior should be bent? It may be premature to try to answer these questions, even with the data we have gathered and presented here, but it is not premature to ask them. The stratagem theory. The stratagem theory's stratagem, an operation or act of generalship using an artifice or trick designed to outwit or surprise the enemy, a device or scheme for obtaining an advantage, cunning, used loosely for a deed of blood or violence. Oxford English Dictionary. Stratagem. I still have a lot to learn from Major Murphy. Among the lessons he taught me was the art of recognizing some of the shadowy figures who had infiltrated the UFO groups. He told me what a vacuum cleaner was and a little aunt, like your auntie. He told me how cutouts worked. I started looking all around. I went to the library and read some old UFO books again. I went to used bookstores and bought contactee pamphlets of the 50s that I had never read because their pseudo-mystical verbiage seemed ridiculous to me at the time. I checked the list of trustees, directors, and advisors of the major UFO groups. Some aspects of the mystery became a little clearer when their names were checked against the computer database of the New York Times, or in such commonly available references as Who's Who. Others became more obscure and bizarre. I resigned from the possibility scientific UFO organizations with which I had been affiliated. I resigned from the supposedly scientific UFO organizations in which I had been affiliated. A vacuum cleaner is an agent who is trained to pick your brains. Someday someone will come and see you under perfectly natural circumstances and ask you some questions. It may be an attractive co-ed who has credentials from a local campus newspaper. It may be a middle-aged man who is the secretary of an amateur astronomer group. The excuse for meeting is an innocuous interview. The person in question is well informed on the subject and has an engaging personality. After 10 minutes of conversation, you are describing to him or her your most guarded intuitions, your innermost feelings, your future plans. The vacuum cleaner will take no notes, but nothing you say will be forgotten. Within a few hours, there will be a complete and accurate report of your conversation in the files of his or her employer. The little aunt serves a different function. It may be a colleague of yours, a business associate, someone who has a good reason for staying in touch with you for a long time. The phone will ring. The person will say, "How are you doing? We haven't spoken for a while." You may respond that you've just come back from vacation, that your cat has been sick, and that you're excited by the recent news from Latin America. What news from Latin America? Soon your little aunt will know everything you are currently doing, and will note if you are happy or depressed, or generally will probe any area that may be useful for updating your file, to check if your research is moving into areas of interest either to you or to them. Most UFO organizations, well, that's a problem with that, because that's like pretty much defining friends. So what you're saying is you don't know who your friend is. That's not a good thing. And you can't live your life like that. And if they're going to do it, they're going to do it anyway. So, and the cynical and blunt terminology of intelligence, I have heard them referred to as useful idiots. They believe in what they do in a blind and automatic fashion. Can they help it if they need to escape from the routine of their daily existence? Such sincere individuals are surrounded with people who have links to the world of espionage or to military agency intelligence. I found that some of the links were open and obvious. For instance, the board of directors of the NICAP lists among its members the former head of CIA. Sometimes the link is less obvious, but it is known of members of the organization who admit it when confronted with the facts. When you read a report on a UFO case written by someone who was trained as a field collector by the government, the contrast in both form and content to a report written in erratic spelling and incoherent syntax used by the average ufologist is very obvious, and yet other groups, the link to such an organization can only be suspected. But the conclusion is inescapable. All the UFO groups are closely watched by several agencies. Why? And why is the relationship between UFO groups and occult organizations so evident? The Major has a simple answer. He suggests that the spooks use the UFO groups to get information that is marginally useful to them, information that the group leaders themselves may not recognize as being important or relevant. And they use occult organizations as they always have since the days of Dr. John Dee and Jacques Casanova as a cover for their own designs. Some of the activities of the UFOs, that's another way of saying just manipulated and lying, right? It's taking advantage of people. They're good natured. That's what manipulators and con artists do, right? And, but they get a badge and a title and a position of authority, and now it's justification for it's okay, because what normally would have been repulsive antisocial behavior now it becomes the work of the government, right? You're serving the government, the people, right, by deceiving them. It's funny how it works. Some of the activities of UFOs, which make no sense to the civilian groups, may be highly significant to an intelligence analysts who can correlate them with other data, such as infrared satellite scans of specific areas of the planet or radioactivity measurements. A link with a national UFO organization will save the analyst employer the trouble of training and deploying field agents, or it will provide information to supplement their reports. In France, some UFO cases have been investigated by 5 government agencies. The witness of the Valençol case even had to answer questions from customs agents who thought that the object he had seen might have been a helicopter engaged in gold contraband. There is another well-documented reason for all this attention that civilian movements receive from various agencies. The social influence of such groups can be manipulated for political reasons. One of the recommendations for a recently declassified CIA USAF panel on UFOs, which met in 1953, was precisely to monitor the activities of civilian groups. The panel took cognizance of the existence of such groups as the civilian flying saucer investigators of the Los Angeles and the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization. Wisconsin. It was believed that such organizations can be watched because of their great influence on mass thinking. If widespread sightings should occur, the apparent responsibility and the possible use of such groups for subversive purposes should be kept in mind. Similar feelings have often been expressed in the socialist countries. In 1976, an article in the youth newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda, I don't know if I pronounced it right, by writer Yeremy Parnov, implied that those who spread UFO stories are flirting with superstitions and religious impulses directly manipulated by the Pentagon. The goal of the manipulation, according to Parnov, is to frighten American citizens into approving the growth of defense spending and the use of the specter of flying saucers to fan the Cold War. In a press release dated March 29, 1976, 2 ufologists predicted that the present world political order would be transformed into an economically integrated, largely capitalist society. Such phenomena as UFOs were messages from higher intelligent beings signaling the peaceful political transformation of man, they said. This history of the interaction between flying saucer contact and politics goes way back to the early California contactees. In those days, many cult groups linked to power-hungry organizations were extremely active. Right after World War II, when a branch of Aleister Crowley's OTO flourished in Los Angeles. Two of the most ardent members were Jack W. Parson, a propulsion engineer, and L. Ron Hubbard, a science fiction buff. Jack Parson met a Venetian in the desert in 1946 and went on to be one of the founders of Jet Propulsion Laboratory and of the Aerojet Corporation. The Ordo Templi I can't read. Ordo Templi Orientalis. The OTO. Aleister Crowley, by the way, was himself a minor espionage figure. His file at the intelligence service is said to have read, "Use only with the most extreme caution," whose influence on Hitler was more imaginary than real. Another contactee, Daniel Fry, was an Aerojet employee when he saw his first saucer in 1950. Ron Hubbard, on the other hand, founded Dianetics and later the Church of Scientology. According to some of my own informants, contactee George Adamski had pre-war connections with American fascist leader William Donnelly Pelley, who was interned during the war. Another seminal contactee, George Hunt Williamson, whose real name is Michael D. Abramovic. Was associated with Pelley's organization, Softcraft, in the early 50s. In fact, Pelley may have put Williamson in touch with Adamski. Other associates with Williamson during the great era of the flying saucers were such contactees as John McCoy and two Stanford brothers, Ray and Rex. The connections between all these men, who have been influential in shaping the UFO myth in the United States, are quite intricate. William Donnelly Pelley, who died in 1965, was the leader of the Silver Shirts, an American Nazi group which began its activities about 1932. Its membership overlapped strongly with Guy Ballard's I Am movement. Pelley declined to join the other fascist groups and their support for Congressman Lemke in 1936, standing on his own in Indiana as the Christian Party candidate. His opposition to Roosevelt increased until his 8-year internment for sedition in 1942. After the war, he started an occult group, Soulcraft, and published a racist magazine called Valar. He also wrote the book Starguests in 1950, and a compilation of automatic writing reminiscent to Seth material. It was about 1950 that Williamson is said to have begun working for Pelley at the office of Soulcraft Publications in Nobel, Indiana. before moving to California, where he witnessed Adamski's desert contact on November 20th, 1952, with a Venetian with long blonde hair. Perhaps Adamski and Pelly knew one another as a result of their common interest in the I Am cult. Dr. Leffed, who inspired the contacts of Mrs. Keach in the Midwest, and he says here's look at see John Keel, Our Haunted Planet, which we just read, page 127. Later launched Dr. Edrija Puharich on the tracks of the mystic spectra, is also thought to have associated with this group. John McCoy, who co-authored with Williamson the book UFOs Confidential, operated the Essenes Press. He introduced into the picture the idea that the Jewish banker conspiracy was involved in the UFO problem. The Stanford brothers were living in the same Texas town as McCoy, Corpus Christi, and in the mid-50s produced a series of contact books, one of which had McCoy as co-author. The Stanford's book, Look Up, acknowledges all those who helped in preparation of this book and the people of the other planets who made the contacts described. Ray Stanford states that in December 1954, he received a very distinct telepathic message from the space people. And he adds, during 1955, I also had a personal contact with two spacemen. The contacts were not very frequent during 1955 and the first 6 months of 1956. Beginning in June 1956, things really started popping. It seems to do that too. They go sporadic. At least this has been for me. As far as having filming stuff and having weird things happen, and it all has something to do with what focusing my intention, I guess. Their book includes many allusions to impending social change, and it encourages the readers to prepare themselves. If we desire to prepare for the future changes to occur on Earth, and God, it happens all the time. I heard two crazies today on TikTok talk about this, and the one dude lives in Germany, and he supposedly is running from the law and lives in Germany, but we have all those military bases in Germany. I trust that guy, and he calls himself the son of Abba. He's one scoundrel, that's for sure. Not merely for the sake of physical survival, but rather to be able to further serve in more adequate ways than ever before. There are definite things we must understand. Among these lessons is the rationalization that science is inadequate, according to Stanford. Men incessantly on Earth has tried by science and other methods of investigation to go from effect to cause in solving problems. The brothers and masters of our own planet tell us that we must look within. Today, Rex Stanford has been a scientific parapsychologist, and Ray, in a remarkable reversal of his early position about the adequacy of science, operates a UFO detection station using detonated electronic denotated. Man, the pains in my shoulder are outrageous. I mean, it just feels like somebody's pounding me, pushing me in the back all day long. God. Don't ever get MS. And try to minimize as much or whatever you can of electromagnetic frequencies around you. And try to do whatever you can to shield yourself from this. Because it's a living hell. Every single day. Every minute of every single day. For how long's it been now? 14 years. And it's living hell. It's a living hell. And I deserve better. I'm not that bad of a person. I never did that thing that bad. I mean, to deserve what I've gone through. But it's not about what you deserve. It's about how rotten others around you are. That's what it comes down to. And a remarkable reversal of its early position about the inadequacy of science operates a UFO detection station using denotated it's not notated detonated electronic equipment installed in Austin, Texas. The organization uses an apparently scientific approach to the identification of UFOs. I find some curious analogies between the statements of these contactee organizations and those of Bob Berry, the director of the 20th Century UFO Bureau, headquartered in Collingwoods, New Jersey. The Bureau is one of the groups that compose a fundamentalist religious organization headed by Reverend Carl McLinary. No, I'm not saying it right. McIntyre. I think it's McIntyre. That's what it is. Berry stated in June of 1978 that he had 3 excellent sources on one government, the others retired from highly sensitive positions, who asserted that the government was quite concerned with the UFO problem and had recovered a total of 18 bodies after the UFO crashes. Some dude was, okay, so there's a dude on TikTok saying that 1,000 bodies have been recovered on TikTok from allegedly the Mexican Congress hearing that they had, where they had the 2 suspect alien bodies they got from, I think, Peru. And the guys twisted everything around and said instead of 2, they're 1,000 years old, possibly 1,000 years old, to thousands of bodies in the case. You can't trust anything. I swear, that's what's wrong with this place. And we could try to blame it on ourselves, but I think at the end of the day, what it comes down to, because the creator and the all the things that are like managing this place, at any given time point, could have stopped all this chaos and madness. Just stopped it. But won't do any of it. And then the bullshit is, you got to believe in the one. Even though there's no evidence for the one ever existing. But just believe it anyways, damn it. Come on. There's so many things wrong with this fucking world, man. And I think the things are so much worse than the human condition. Barry stated, I should have subscribed to that guy. I hope I did. I do a video on that. And then we'll watch and see what the actual government said and what that guy said. It's a classic example of manipulators, and it's always these dudes, and I swear to God, either they're all dumb as fuck, or they're all just dishonest, or maybe a combination of both. I will certainly accept the fact that I'm dumb as fuck, but I try not to be dishonest about it. Barry stated in June 1978 that he had three excellent sources, one in government, the others retired from highly sensitive positions, who asserted that the government was quite concerned with UFO problem and had recovered a total of 18 bodies after UFO crashes. And an interesting belief of Mr. Barry is that the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind was part of a government plan to condition the public. The plan is the country is on schedule, Barry said in an interview with Edgar Williams of Night's News Service. 3 years ago, it was decided to do TV documentaries and observe public reaction. Could the movie by Alan Sandler Productions UFO Past, Present, Future have been such a test? Barry observes that the reaction was good. So the next step was the film of Close Encounters. Now, in a little while, there doubtless will be the beginning of government advisories that UFOs are indeed with us. Everyone is now so anxious to see the government reveal this long-awaited information that no one questions the reality of the basic facts and the political motivations that could inspire a manipulation of those facts. Trying to outsmart the CIA and the Pentagon has become such a national pastime that lawsuits against federal agencies under the Freedom of Information Act have begun to accumulate. All that has been shown so far is that these agencies were involved, often covertly, in aspects of the UFO problem. I suspect that they are still involved, but the UFO enthusiasts who are so anxious to expose the government have not reflected that they may once again be playing in the hands of the manipulators, and the UFOs may not be spacecraft at all. What else could they be? If they are not spacecraft, what else could the UFOs be? What explanation can account for the physical effects of the impact of their behavior, impact on the society, and for the surprisingly human element of such? I need to take a break. My back is burning. And JT is reaching out to me about, dude, I'm interviewing tomorrow. About the interview we're doing tomorrow. What else could they be? If they are not spacecraft, what else could UFOs be? What explanation can account for the physical effects, for the impact on society, and for the surprisingly human element of much of their behavior? How can we explain that the phenomena makes itself obvious to rural populations but voids over contact, choosing instead to deliver its message in a series of high strangeness incidences, such as the Cuban and Iranian aerial cases quoted at the beginning of Chapter 10? The theory proposed by some researchers of the forces behind the UFO incidences goes beyond the notion that these are simply technological vehicles produced by advanced races on another planet, rather than a form of transportation invented by the denizens of some faraway world. The UFOs could be a stratagem devised by a human group to promote its own goals. In this chapter, we will first examine two hypotheses along this line. Both are disturbing, mind-boggling, and downright discouraging, yet I feel they do not go far enough. They still cannot explain all the reports. However, stating these two hypotheses, even in their preliminary form, can open up our minds, which are conditioned too narrowly by common imagery and to some alternative explanations. Someone investigating the UFO phenomena should be able to go beyond both Star Wars and Close Encounters and search of metaphors, because there is no single incremental path from today's experience to tomorrow's explanation. Only free speculation can open the door to an adequate understanding of what is happening around us. Accordingly, I will present two hypotheses: the Martian conspiracy and the esoteric intervention. Both assume that a group of men has understood the UFO phenomena, and especially its social effects, well enough to use it for their own purposes. The hypothesis will show where the roots of such a manipulation could be found and how it could mislead the public, the civilian organizations, and even the government. In the last part of the chapter, I will present another hypothesis as my own interpretation of what the phenomena may mean. First hypothesis: the Martian conspiracy. The code name Martians was first used by British intelligence during World War II. It had nothing to do with the Red Planet. It referred to the spy industry that had been created to keep the Allied command informed on the moves and intentions of the Wehrmacht. The Martians were part of a giant apparatus of espionage and deception that was documented for the first time in Anthony Brown's book, A Bodyguard of Lies. The title of the book comes from a remark made by Churchill at a Tehran conference to Roosevelt and Stalin. In wartime, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies. At the center of this apparatus was the LCS, the London Controlling Section, set up by Churchill within his personal headquarters and skilled in the weaponry of special means, in quotes, which MRD Foot should describe as true to the tradition of English eccentricity, the sort of thing that Captain Hornblower or Mycroft Holmes in fiction, or Admiral Cochrane or Chinese Gordon, in fact, would have gone in for had they been faced with. That was a tough sentence to read. Similar challenge. In short, the thing that looks odd at the time and eminently sensible later. The chief of LCS was Colonel John Bevan, who bore the remarkable title of Controller of Deception. His special assistant was Lady Jane Pladel Bovary. Other members were Major Derek Morley, Major Noel Gordon Clark, Major Harold Pettevel, Wing Commander Dennis Wheatley, RAF, Colonel Sir Ronald Wingate, Colonel James Arbuthnot, that's interesting, Commander Alan Finter. It was an extraordinary group. Bevan was the grandson of the founder of Barclays Bank and son-in-law of the Earl of Lucan, I guess, or Lucin? I guess it'd be Lucan. Founder of Barclays. Okay, let me see. Wingate was the son of Wingate Pasha of Sudan and the cousin of Lawrence of Arabia. Wheatley was a student of crime and an expert on black magic and Satanism, and the author of more than 50 books, among them the classic The Devil and All His Works. Really? What makes that? Let's look it up. The Devil and All His Works. There it is. Dennis Wheatley. It's a classic, huh? Well, we'll find out. Pettevel was a millionaire industrialist, Morley a financier and shipping magnate. Bothnot, what a name, a leading businessman, Professor Naval da Costa and Andrade, another LCS member, was an illustrious scientist whose passion was collecting old scientific books and useless knowledge. His specialty, according to Brown, was using the tricks of science to deceive the enemy. Other components of the deception apparatus were the XX Committee, where XX means double cross. Isn't that interesting? It's like maybe those X structures. So I wonder how many of those X structures in the forest have a similar meaning. Not the numeral 20. Who specialized in manufacturing, delivering false intelligence through the enemy's own espionage network, and the group of computer geniuses around one of the founders of modern information processing theory, Alan Turing. The latter group had built a machine called Ultra, which could and did emulate the cryptographic engines of any nation. The intelligence it delivered was only declassified in 1974. The work of the Martians and their colleagues during the war included the manipulation of friend and foe alike to further the goals of the global strategy. They were not concerned with the day-to-day operation of the war. Their only purpose was strategic deception. Their task extended to a secret alliance in which the Soviet Americans agreed with the British on worldwide maneuvers that were merely faint. God, how do you pronounce that word? All right, I gotta figure out how to pronounce that word. I'm going to say faint. I want to say that's what it means, but for some reason, well, I know why.
Faint.
A deceptive or pretend blow. To faint, being hit. Okay, faint. It's got to have an E instead of an A before it to be that. Okay, it merely feints to deceive Hitler, and that kept many of the Wehrmacht divisions expecting attacks that would never materialize, while the Normandy landing proceeded towards its achievement of total surprise. Invasions were faked. Phantom armies were deployed. Inflatable rubber tanks and tracks left in the desert sand, simulations of sounds of an entire armada maneuvering in dense fog, electronic countermeasures that enabled a single cargo plane to appear to be an attacking bomber fleet, fake radio communications, newspaper ads for useless services to non-existent forces, false letters to lovers of phantom soldiers attached to imaginary regiments, social effects of entire armies assembling at false staging areas. All these were common tricks for the Martians and their friends. The remarkable book written about all this by Anthony Brown must be read by anyone who doesn't believe that the government can keep a secret. And by those who are convinced that military intelligence is a contradiction in terms. As some ufologists like to say, the LCS and the Martians made some mistakes, to be sure, but there can be little doubt about their collective IQ. And where did I'm going to go back here and find out what this book is that it's talking about. Did I read it and miss it? Okay, that's what it is. I didn't miss it. I don't want to, because this might be a book worth reading. There's an awful lot of books out there that I like to read. I just had a time and a day to do so, but which is amazing. You can have all the time in the world, still not have any time to do any of it. Anything you want. A bodyguard of lies. And if that is the case, and that is worthy of reading, that would explain a lot of things. Because a lot of people say, there is no way they could lie to the whole world about landing, faking the moon landing, or what we just watched in the past 2 years. And after what we just watched since the beginning of 2000, well, the end of 2019 till 2022, there ain't a fucking reason to trust anything or anything about anybody who's in the plutocracy or the oligarchs. There's not a reason to trust them in a million years. In fact, if you see one of those things, those creatures, I would strongly suggest you run, because they're far more frightening than a Bigfoot or a UFO, for that matter. So Anyways, I got myself sidetracked. Let's get back there. Okay. The very existence of groups like the LCS, whose techniques later inspired the disinformation practices of the Soviet KGB and similar work elsewhere, should make us extremely cautious about any kind of apparent evidence about UFOs, about flying saucers. The close association of many UFO sightings with advanced military hardware, test sites like the New Mexico Proving Grounds, the missile silos of the Northern Plains, naval construction sites like the major nuclear facility and Pascagoula, and the bizarre love affairs revealed in this book between contactee groups, occult sects, and extremist political factions are utterly clear signals that we must exercise extreme caution. What if the deception operations of the World War II extended beyond the end of hostilities with Germany? What if the ghost rockets of 1946, which behaves so much like UFOs, were a continuation of the activities that used special means, in quotes? Anthony Brown tells a revealing story about an incident that took place on July 10, 1944. A German long-range rocket had fallen in Sweden accidentally, and the Germans were attempting to recover its remains. One party had entered the area, which was sealed off behind a funeral cart, posing as mourners. Menzies wanted permission to buy the rocket remains from the Swedes in exchange for 2 squadrons of tanks. The fragments in question provided the first proof of the existence of a new German secret weapon, the V2. What other weapons were at the prototype stage in the German arsenal? Could some of these have been used later in Sweden and elsewhere to support an even more ambitious stratagem? The simulation of an outer space invasion, the goal of which might have been to prevent a third world war by turning the thoughts of mankind towards an extraterrestrial goal, lending credibility to the notion of an impending invasion from space. The very idea might seem to be outlandish, to be quite outside the realm of possibility in a normal world ruled by normal brains, but the world of 1945 could hardly be called normal, and the brains of the LCS, brains like those of Satanist expert Dennis Wheatley and computer genius Alan Turing, were as far above normal as Skylab is above the Piper Club. They were the brains that had left Hitler deceived, beaten, and broken. Many of their devices, notably their supercomputers, continued to operate when the war ended as if nothing had happened. Such an organization was quite capable of designing a follow-up that would ensure a continuation of the fragile peace they had just won. There were others around with similar abilities. A writer named Bernard Newman actually described such a scenario in his 1948 novel the flying saucer. His book begins with a meeting of three remarkable men: a French master spy, an American physicist of Nobel Prize caliber, and a well-known writer. The meeting takes place at the end of World War II, and as they contemplate the rubble and the despair around them, they decide that another global conflict must be prevented at all costs. They are inspired by a newspaper account which reads, in his speech, Mr. Eden says that it seemed to be an unfortunate fact that nations of the world were only really united when they were facing a common menace. What we really needed was an attack by Mars. André Marius, a French author, had once written a satirical essay called The Next Chapter, The War Against the Moon, in which he developed the same theme. In Newman's novel, the three men enlist their friends in various fields to unite the world against an imaginary threat from outer space. The same idea comes up in Leonard Lewin's report from Iron Mountain, an ingenious hoax purporting to be a secret report on the possibility and desirability of peace, in which an establishment and recognized extraterrestrial menace and is listed among the possible substitute institutions for consideration as replacements for the non-military functions of war. It is also present in Arthur Koestler's unsuccessful but ingenious play, The Twilight Bar, in which two space beings, Alpha and Omega, announce that they have come from the stars to extinguish human life and prepare the earth for new inhabitants, unless mankind can find happiness and peace within a reasonable time, 3 days. Could someone be faking the extraterrestrial threat? The idea seems preposterous. Indeed, it is less believable than the idea of General George Patton commanding an imaginary army corps armed with inflatable tanks and cardboard barracks. Yet Patton, much to his displeasure, once commanded such a phantom army to fool the Germans into reinforcing their defenses in the north of France, while the real invasion in Normandy was being prepared. If Britain and the United States and the Soviet Union could jointly plan and carry out such a worldwide deception in the early 40s, could not the same mechanisms be at work now? Only a fraction of the deception techniques has been revealed. The institutions created to carry them out are still in existence with their privileged communication channels, their hidden sources of procurement and capital, their recruiting procedures. The answer to the question, could such an international group fake, use, or manipulate UFO activity, has to be yes. The argument that such a secret could not be kept very long is not tenable. Although my professional field is computer science, I never knew the full extent of Alan Turning's monumental contribution to it until I read about them in Anthony Brown's book. I was only familiar with Turning's theoretical papers, and like most people in my profession, fell for the story that Turning's engine was only a mental construction. I knew it was seminal to the development of general-purpose computers, but I did not know that several of the engines had actually been built and operated during most of the war. Could flying saucers be similar mental constructions, devices you assume are just impossible dreams until one of them lands in your backyard and steals your dog? They could, and the Martian theory conspiracy would explain many things. The MiG and the lobby. And it says here in Esterness, when Anthony Brown compiled his book, the product of 14 years of research, he found that most of the material of World War II deception was still secret. At the office of the Chief of Military History in Washington, the card index had no reference to the cover operations for Normandy landing. The MiG in the lobby. The first hypothesis would explain the military silence of UFOs and the strange dialogue in the French restaurant that I quoted in the prologue. Deception operations have to be protected from everyone, including normal intelligence gathering channels of... Yeah, they would not want someone like me to work for them. I would talk, and I damn well would, too. I'd be like, shit, man, you fucking asshole, Veronica. Just so your little group can thrive and the rest of us could suffer. The heck with you guys. That's probably the reason why they took me out in 2009 with that damn swine jab. Son of a bitches. Into a break. I need to go take care of some business. Oh, let's see. Okay, during the war, the activities of the LCS were known only to Churchill, Roosevelt, Eisenhower, and a handful of high officials. They bypassed everything else, including the Congress and Parliament. Even leaders of friendly forces like General de Gaulle and the resistance groups were routinely manipulated as part of the deception or not informed. If UFOs are part of an international deception stratagem, it is likely the most intelligent units of the United States government and those of allied countries have been kept in the dark or firmly told to stay away. It would also explain the public relations operations to create fronts and covers like Project Blue Book and the University of Colorado panel, whose ineptitude cannot be adequately explained even by the standards of military bureaucracy. I remember visiting the Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. In the building lobby, a MiG interceptor was hanging from the ceiling, hammer and sickle on its tail. The general impression was not one of sloppy work or casual distraction, yet the procedures of Blue Book where files were lost and cases mislabeled were so grossly bungled that disciplinary action would have been warranted in any other context. Even classified files got lost. The reports of the UFO landings by reliable observers, sometimes Air Force personnel, went uninvestigated for weeks at a time. Yet when a shower of bright objects was reported in the Midwest, the same man who headed up Blue Book, Major Quintanilla, jumped out of bed at 4 a.m., ordered the area sealed by the Air Force Police, and supervised a quarter-inch by quarter-inch search of the entire force for possible debris. The object cited was a Soviet spacecraft which had been expected to re-enter the atmosphere over U.S. picking up foreign satellites was Quintanella's primary assignment at the Foreign Technology Division. Who's this here? Double asterisk. In the early days of Project Blue Book, the U.S. Air Force explained away as flights of wild geese, observations of strange craft reported by military personnel and civilians. The Air Force knew very well that the objects were not birds, but U-2 spy planes en route towards Russia. And it goes back to here, talking about Quintanella's. He only attended Project Blue Book, it seems, when there were no Sputniks to worry about. I always wondered if the officer who conducted the highly efficient top secret security dragnet for satellite debris and the jovial man who kept joking casually about UFOs were the same person. If Blue Book was a cover for some deception scheme, this apparent contradiction would be explainable. It is interesting to me that in 1964, Major Quintella wrote a thoughtful article on UFOs for the CIA's Eternal magazine. The hypothesis would also explain the infiltration of civilian UFO groups by persons linked to the intelligent world organization like NICAP would be as necessary to a successful deception as Project Blue Book or the Condon Community. The Condon Community. Committee. Not community. Committee. Committee. I wonder why there's double E. Okay. Deception as Project Blue Book or Condon Committee, because they would defuse the issue, provides an escape valve for the steam of the enthusiasts and enable the manipulators to check on the extent of their own progress. Admiral Helen Cotter, I guess it's called Cotter, the former CIA chief, who stated it is imperative that we learn what UFOs are and where they come from, and joined the board of directors of the NICAP. Could have been lending credibility to the stratagem by deliberately promoting the extraterrestrial theory. Also among the leaders of the NICAP were at least three well-known intelligence operatives, Bernard Corvalho and Nicholas D. Rochefort and Colonel Joseph Ryan. I don't know if I said that last guy, the middle guys. I don't know if it doesn't matter, fuck it. What about the high frequency of UFO landings? If we assume that the close encounters are engineered only when witnesses are present to observe and report them, we do not have such a large number of occurrences to explain. Producing an average case is a problem in the generation of special effects and well within the capabilities of Hollywood. The Martian conspiracy does explain many other bizarre aspects of the UFO problem, including the behavior of the contactees. who could have been set up in their roles in order to propagate alleged extraterrestrial messages in many countries. George Adamski gave credit to 4 U.S. government scientists for launching his career as the ambassador for the Space Brothers. They were from the Point Loma Naval Electronics Laboratory near San Diego, and from a similar setup in Pasadena. Yeah. I don't live in California, so I don't speak Spanish. I live in the Great Lakes region, and no one talks to me, so I don't know how to speak English very well. They allegedly asked him if he would cooperate in the collective attempt to get photographs of the strange craft moving throughout space. Adamski, a major supporter abroad, was the former intelligence officer with the British Army and a Cambridge engineering graduate who now lives in Mexico. And according to a man who hosted Adamski's during his tour in Australia, he was traveling with a passport bearing special privileges. The activity of the more vocal skeptics would be explained by such an hypothesis. The greatest danger a deception scheme would run would be exposure by qualified scientists who were seriously and critically examining UFO evidence. What if they discovered that some of the phenomena were simulated by human trickery? To prevent such a scientific study from being organized, all that is needed is to maintain a certain threshold of ridicule around the phenomenon. This can be done easily, if not by a few influential science writers under the guise of humanism or rationalism. UFO research would be equated with false science, thus creating an atmosphere of guilt by association which would be deadly to any independent scientist. If the believers' groups are manipulated, the skeptics can also be manipulated in the same way. I propose that the more dedicated investigators take time away from their endless UFO cases and look into the backgrounds, connections, and motivations of the more vocal skeptics for clues to such influence. There are various magazines in the United States which fulfill a debunking role. They are systematically equating unidentified flying objects and cattle mutilations to media hoaxes like Bermuda Triangle. The editorial committees of these magazines and the groups that publish them include people who may have links to intelligence agencies and to various occult and political organizations. These links can be discovered, however, only by someone who has spent time looking behind the scene. Most casual readers will only see a prestigious group of men defending science against the irrational belief of UFOs and other ridiculous topics, and academic circles being associated with an apparently ridiculous subject is hazardous to one's career. No ambitious young scientist will risk having his name cited in the pages of Scientific America or New Scientist, and to mention only 2 respected publications whose editors have departed from accepted scientific procedure to ridicule the subject. Such ridicule may be essential to keep scientific attention away from the scene until the authors of manipulation have achieved their political goals. They claim that the Turing engine was only a mental exercise was a similar ploy. I will let you ponder the merits and the limits of the Martian conspiracy, according to which a high-level international military group may have decided to use public interest in UFO and the will to believe in space visitors to further a political goal. Let us go on to the second hypothesis. The second hypothesis, the esoteric intervention. A few investigators, notably Ray Palmer, John Keel, and Salvatore Ferricito, have suggested, both in public statements and in private conversations with me, that there may be a link between UFO events and occult phenomena. At first view, the very suggestion of such a link is disturbing to a scientist. However, the incidences described in this book have already revealed overlapping interconnections between occult groups and sects, and on the one hand, and organizations involved in UFO research. Many of the phenomena reported by witnesses involve the poltergeist effect, levitation, physics control, healing, and out-of-body experiences, things quite familiar to those who know the occult literature. They are described in detail in the 19th century work of Dr. N. Cauze, Baron, I don't know if I'm pronouncing these guys' names right, Reichenbach, Elespis Levy, Camille Flammarion, and many European writers. More recently, they could be found in the teachings of the Rosicrucian order of Aleister Crowley's OTO and the various offshoots of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which have inspired not only a witchcraft revival, but also the current generation of psychic writers and many of today's scientific parapsychologists, although they would be quick to deny any association with such sources. Furthermore, there is a connection between UFOs and occult themes in terms of their social effects, even if there is no physical connection. Could the link be real? What would it mean? The basis of all esoteric teachings is the ordinary reality is an illusion. A good source for the analysis of the philosophy of Len Thorndike's masterful work, History of Magic and Experimental Science, claiming that reality is an illusion, was a revolutionary statement in terms of 19th century science, but one which nuclear physics and quantum mechanics have now demonstrated and even superseded. Let's look this up again. History of Magic. History of Magic and Experimental Science. It's part of the endless rabbit. Oh, do we got it? Looks like we do. We might have something about it, maybe. Okay. However, the esoteric schools add that reality can be manipulated consciously by those who understand its higher nature, a possibility that modern science has not as yet addressed. It is also often said, unfortunately, that the actual techniques for manipulation have to be kept secret and constitute the core of so-called occult tradition. The weakness of the esoteric philosophy lies in the fact that it will not or cannot submit its tenets to critical inquiry. It will only reveal them to select initiates who are thus completely at the mercy of those whom they regard as unknown superiors. In Chapter 8, we have followed the personal adventures of such initiate Raymond Bernard. One fact remains: occult beliefs have from time to time exercised an influence on history, from the Crusades to the French Revolution, from the war for American independence to the establishment of the Nazi Reich. Whether such influences were incidentally or fundamental is a thorny issue for historians. It is likely to remain so for some time. Recent American history, with its wave of assassinations, of political blackmail attempts, and Watergate-type conspiracies, has done nothing to simplify the issue. The problem is further obscured by the fact that here again, espionage agencies are using occult groups as covers. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that one or several groups of men had in fact learned to control some physical processes by means that ordinary experience would call magical. Suppose, for instance, that in the course of its research some occult group had stumbled upon a method for the projection of images controlled mentally. Perhaps it might even have learned to extend human consciousness out of the body, or to create the local distortions of the space-time continuum. Suppose it had developed a way to project scenes at a distance to control and amplify psychokinetic abilities of human subjects, or to create entities similar to the tulips, a Tibetan folklore which Mrs. Alexandra David Neal describes as materialized beings with whom she conducted experiments documented in her books. Far-fetched, maybe, yet Nazi Germany had several scientific research institutes working along these lines for about a decade, and two modern nations at least, the Soviet Union and the United States, are known to be pursuing aggressive programs of research on similar subjects. The funding that is required in these areas is so small that many private organizations and even independently wealthy persons could sponsor very significant research whose results may yield unpredictable breakthroughs. Have such breakthroughs in fact already taken place? And are the UFOs the result of their applications? Such a group could operate internationally, independently of local governments. It could enlist the resources of leading corporations. It could try to manipulate public opinion for its own ends. It could not control science, but it could certainly influence it, and it could produce many of the effects UFOs seem capable of manifesting. The persons controlling such a psychotronic technology might even have already achieved contact with other forms of consciousness and might know the real nature of UFOs, and they might try to convince others that they do. This hypothesis of esoteric intervention suffers from several flaws, the major one being that it assumes that human manipulators to be much more clever than the typical of the human race. What we often see in esoteric groups is either a picture of infighting and impotent arrogance, or one of authoritarian practices maintained at a high cost to individual freedom. Bitter competition between these sects is just as common as it is between groups of professional scientists fighting for contracts, grants, and Nobel Prizes. Many wealthy individuals who could well afford to give away $1 million or $2 million each year for such research do exist and have an interest in such frontier subjects. However, they are usually motivated by impractical visions and unconscious psychological needs. Elderly industrialists searching for immortality and wealthy old ladies trying to keep ghosts away are more common among sponsors of psychic research than are pragmatic entrepreneurs ready to fund and manage realistic research plans. The same applies to governments, since the bulk of the psychic research conducted is in the USSR and in the United States, or the US, is geared towards short-term military or espionage applications and is managed by bureaucrats. Furthermore, the esoteric intervention hypothesis is a conspiracy theory and suffers from all the weaknesses of such theories. It is only superficially attractive. Historical conspiracies do exist, generally in a multitude of forms rather than in a single one at a given time. But they either fail quickly and reach their objective, and therefore a change in both style and purpose. Or reach their objective, and therefore change in both style and purpose. When de Gaulle came back to power in France in 1958, there were a dozen different conspiracies fighting among themselves for control of the government, but they were evolving very rapidly from one day to the next until the historic climax. Most UFO contactees propose a conspiratorial theory to explain their own views. According to George Hunt Williamson and John McCoy, for instance, all of the evil in the world is due to the international bankers, a well-known belief of the extreme right. The force behind the international bankers, who constitute the hidden empire, stems from communist Russia. Other groups will blame world problems on the CIA, the Jews, the Mafia, the KGB. Such paranoia is often nourished by a few elements of reality. The scope and characteristics of the cattle mutilations do indicate that some sort of secret organization is responsible. There is no question that the public mind is linking the activity of this organization with that of the UFOs. Its effects are physical enough. Similarly, most of those who have studied the UMMO affair, or UMO affair, could have concluded that it was the work of a secret group on Earth. Although the hypothesis as presented above has serious shortcomings, there is an interesting variant which deserves further exploration. Some influential group could well be using various cults as a front for its own purposes. As Major Murphy suggested to me, some occult specialists go beyond this view and suggest that the UFO phenomenon could even be the device that such a group is using to make its existence felt, to project an image of the future destiny of man that transcends war, poverty, disease, and national government. Several human groups who could be manipulating the public's interest in UFOs to further their own political goals. They could try to achieve this by deliberate use of confusion techniques, by planting fake UFO evidence, by amplifying contactee mythology, and by systematically discouraging scientific inquiry into the nature of UFOs. The obsession with secrecy, which is the trademark of our military and institutions, would greatly facilitate the task of any private group that is trying to confuse the public, because any effort by an independent analysts to sort out the meaningful facts from the hoaxes and trivia would be entangled in layer after layer of classified material and asterisks. Similar elements in modern history were found in the myths of the protocols of the Elder Zion, a deception that was largely responsible for motivating the massive deportation and killing of Jews during World War II. See Norm Cohn's History, The Own Myths. English title, Warrant for Genocide. The only way to fight the confusion that surrounds the UFO problem is to realize that much of this confusion is deliberate, to make renewed individual efforts to document the phenomena in the field and outside the framework of any UFO group. At the same time, a systematic attempt should be made to expose the contradictions of the contactee explain claims and to educate the public about them. Arthur Koestler has remarked in a letter to me that contactee stories left him with the same feeling as listening to a bad, dirty joke. It is an apt remark. Many contactees are sincere, but they are trapped with their own narrow belief in the distorted interpretations of a much larger reality. And their group, which understands and practices deception, and which is trying to mold our collective future, I have tried to show that several historical precedences exist for such a hypothesis, and that the data do not exclude this interpretation. I hope that my remarks can serve as a warning to any future research effort. Sources of information should be severely scrutinized, not only for human error, instrumental inaccuracy, and observational bias, but also for deliberate deception. The standards of evidence acceptable in the scientific laboratory are not sufficient to deal with UFO data. They must be upgraded before any research can proceed. The public should not accept as valid the results published by any scientific community that has not faced this fact. Control system hypothesis. We have now introduced two new elements into the study of UFO phenomena. The first element concerns political exploitation. We suspect strongly that one or several groups of known, unknown political belief are influencing the contactees and the civil research organizations for their own ends. The second element deals with manipulation of the phenomena itself by fabrication of UFO reports and of relating stories, including such terrorist elements as livestock mutilations. Should we be surprised to find these results? I don't think so. Human beings and their organizations use whatever they find in their environment to further their own designs, and we can see from historical analogies that such deliberate efforts have often been hidden behind irrational trappings. Discontinuity is the rule in times of stressful change. UFO phenomena is a precursor of a major discontinuity. Discussing the two hypotheses I presented above, I have shown that neither of them fully accounts for all the facts. I still feel that the UFO phenomena represents a manifestation of a reality that transcends our current understanding of physics. It is not the phenomena itself, but the belief it has created, which is manipulated by human groups with their own objectives. I continue to be impressed by one fact I mentioned in my earlier book, Passport to Magonia. Such sightings have been made, and earlier times similar effects have been described. Even the UFO occupants appear identical to the denizens of medieval Magonia. This suggests a reality of mind beyond whatever technology is activating UFO energy. I continue to regard this phenomena as a manifestation of a reality that is larger and more complex than a simple visit by interterrestrial travelers. The reality of Magonia. The real meaning. I believe that there is a system around us that transcends time as it transcends space. I remain confident that human knowledge is capable of understanding this larger reality. I suspect that some humans have already understood it and are showing their hand in several aspects of the UFO encounters. The system I am speaking of may well be to locate itself in the outer space, as some of my readers will be quick in pointing out. Indeed, it may, but its manifestations are not spacecraft in the ordinary nuts and bolts sense. The UFOs are physical manifestations that cannot be understood apart from their physics and symbolic reality. What we see in effect here is not an alien invasion. It is a control system which acts on humans and uses humans. However, we still need to discover the source of this manifestation. An episode that occurred while I was writing this book opened my eyes to some new possibilities about the source. A coincidence in Los Angeles. When I write this story, it seems incredible, yet it happened to me. The fellow who could least afford it. There I was on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles on Saturday, February 21st, 1976, about 5:30 p.m., and I had to get to KABC on La Sinaga, Boulevard for a radio interview. I looked at the traffic coming towards me and saw several taxi cabs a block away. I raised my hand. A car swerved out of the main stream and came to the curb. We drove to the station without once discussing my current research and got a receipt from the driver. The shock came 2 days later when I took the receipt from my wallet. It was signed Melchizedek. There's something here. Something received $6.25 for a taxi fare from Roosevelt Hotel to something 3321 something South La Signaga. Red and white cab, number 98 Melchizedek, Melchizedek. Maybe just coincidental, or could be synchronicity. I cannot afford to write this story because I cannot expect anyone to believe it. At the time, I cannot sweep it under the rug. At the same time, I cannot sweep it under the rug. There is only one Melchizedek listed in the LA phone book, and I have the receipt signed by the driver right in front of me. See figure 11.1. It was this incident that convinced me to put more energy into understanding the nature of such coincidences. Perhaps I am becoming superstitious. This incident happened in the week when I started writing this book, collecting all my notes about Melchizedek group. The most coincidences you can rationalize away. Most coincidences you can rationalize away. I tried to rationalize this one away and couldn't. And attempting to find an explanation for it, I began to speculate about a variant of current physics, a variant in which apparent miracles could occur without violating physical laws, in which physics phenomena should be the rule rather than the exception. In such a physics, UFOs could come from Earth without necessarily being secret weapons, and they could come from another galaxy without necessarily being spacecraft. What coincidences could a model of such processes have for our understanding of physics? The frequent occurrence of UFO cases points to undiscovered relationships between physical reality and human consciousness. It can be used to clarify some exciting theoretical and practical opportunities to understand both energy and information better. According to modern physics, in particular to Brillouin, Gaber, and Rothstein, information and entropy are closely related. Really, the relationship has been expressed clearly by Brillouin. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Entropy is generally regarded as expressing the state of disorder of a physical system. More precisely, one can say that entropy measures the lack of information about the true structure of the system. Well, I remember that page. I know what I do. Well, that might not mean anything to you, but that means something to me. And then first thing I think about is tree structures. Tree structures that make no sense, and talk about entropy. That's an example of entropy. Entropy is generally regarded as expressing the state of disorder of a physical system. More precisely, one can say that entropy measures the lack of information about the true structure of the system. No information can be obtained in the course of a physical measurement, then without changing the amount of entropy in the universe, the state of disorder of the cosmos. Now the physicist is faced with a new challenge: how to define disorder, and the task, as R. Scoffroth Scafroth, Scafroth has pointed out is not easy. Some scientists pile up papers and books on their shelves in apparent disorder, yet they know perfectly how to find the document they want. If someone restores the appearance of order, the unfortunate owner of these documents may be unable to locate anything. In this case, it is obvious that the apparent disorder was in fact order, and vice versa. And it's also applicable to the Bigfoot structures, alleged Bigfoot tree structures. Speculating on the relationship between these physical quantities, Costa de Beauregard wrote, it must be the nature of probability to serve as the operational link between objective and subjective, between matter and psychism. He points out that in the pre-cybernetic physics, observation was regarded as a process without mystery, requiring no explanation, whereas free action, on the contrary, was regarded as a physical impossibility and a psychological illusion. The modern physics then indeed has been revolutionized. The key to these notions might be sought in cybernetics, but no serious attempt has been made to fit it to the lock. Information theory deals exclusively with the transmission of messages regarded as physical quantities, impulses set along a wire and bits stored in a magnetic device. What about the meaning of the information that the sender and the receiver? If you play a tape of Beethoven's ninths forward and then backwards, you are releasing precisely the same quantity of somatic information, but is the aesthetics information identical? But is the aesthetic and information identical? Of course not. Researchers in psychic phenomena, excuse me. Have I been saying, okay, yeah, let's make sure I've been saying that, it doesn't matter if I'm saying the wrong thing. Anyways, now it says, researchers into psychic phenomena have the opportunity to extend the observation and theory of information. Unfortunately, most of their speculation remains imprisoned in obsolete models of communication. The Soviet literature of psychic phenomena has stressed the concept of the subject as receiver and the experimenter as transmitter, or vice versa, assuming that classical information theory should be applicable to psychic functioning. Recent research is more sophisticated and is beginning to use the specialization of both sides of the brain to explain aspects of the experiments, where aesthetic information, in quotes, to use Moll's terminology, seems to be received, but where somatic information is translatable into perceived words is missing. The right brain model of psychic functioning, however, runs into serious trouble almost immediately, and so does the concept of psychic communication in a classical information framework, where one assumes that the physical support of the information is found in photons and that it is found in more exotic denizens of the physicist's zoo, neutrinos, tachyons, and the like. The dates The data from physics experiments suggests a different approach. The subject in remote viewing work may have been able to describe targets and drawing better than words, suggesting a right brain function, but they performed equally well when they knew someone at the site and when they were simply given a set of coordinates exhibiting what would seem to be left hemisphere activity, and the latter case. Similarly, in remote viewing experiments, I organized using a computer network as the support for the communication. There was no difference between the results of tests with open targets telepathy and those tests with double-blind targets remote viewing. The problem may lie in the basic concepts of communication. As sophisticated as its modern applications are, the theory is still pegged to the day when railroad signalmen had to send impulses down a wire to trigger a switch ahead of some train. It begins with the notion of time and space as its basic building blocks. How fast does the signal from A have to travel along the wire to prevent derailment at B? If the train left an hour ago and travels 90 miles per an hour, this is reflected in the very terms in which the theory is expressed. 19th century terms like transmission, receiver and sender, channel, and so on, and psychic experiments which come closer to display the nature of information than any other physical situation. I defy anyone to label the sender and the receiver. When Abby Mermet was directing the digging of a well to find water at a particular spot, or describing the location of the body of a person who had been murdered, was he sending or receiving? I have always been skeptical of parapsychologists because their experiments and their theories borrow the standard concept of space and time dimensions from physics. These concepts seem obsolete to me. They are not appropriate for understanding telepathy or the moving of objects at a distance or ghosts or Melchizedek. I have always been struck also by the fact that energy and information are one and the same thing under two different aspects. Our physics professors teach us this, yet they never draw the consequences. And the physics we learn in school, time and space dimensions are all important. Equations are cluttered with letters like X or double cross, Y, Z, or T. Yet I believe this preoccupation with dimensions comes from a very simple cultural artifact: graph paper. Some genius around the time of why can't I never say his name right? After all these years, I still can't say it. Descartes. I'm sorry. I truly am. I still, every time I trip up, every time I've said the name, I've read the name, I don't know, hundreds of times at least in my life, over the 50 years, and I still can't say the fucking name. What does that say about the wiring in my brain? I'm such a mess. Descartes. But I want to say Descartes to ease. But I know it's Descartes.
Descartes.
How many times do I gotta read that name before I finally accept the fact that it's Descartes? I don't know why I struggle with that word. Anyways, some genius around the time of Descartes, perhaps it was Descartes himself, popularized the idea of representing and measuring motions in terms of distance from two axes intersecting at right angles. Cartesian coordinates were born, and they have remained imprinted in our minds ever since. When we can draw something on graph paper, we think we understand it. I submit that it is proper to shake from our theoretical ankles the chains of space-time. Space and time coordinates derive their convenience from geographic considerations. The theory of space and time is a cultural artifact made possible by the intervention of group paper. If we had invented the digital computer before inventing graph paper, we might have a very different theory of information today. Time and space may be convenient notions for plotting the progress of a locomotive, but they are completely useless for locating information. The apparent exception is the library, but anyone who has tried to find something in a modern library will, with its flat shelves along vertical walls, will recognize Scoffrow's predicament in telling order from disorder. What modern computer scientists have now recognized is that ordering by time and space is the worst possible way to sort data. In a large computer-based information system, no attempt is made to place related records in sequential physical locations. It is much more convenient to sprinkle the records throughout storage as they arrive, and to construct an algorithmic I want to get a make from algorithm for retrieve based on some type of keyword, or on hastening a procedure where the record index is randomized. Here again, probability serves as a link between something objective, the record location, something subjective, the request for retrieval. The Melchizedek incident that I experienced on February 21st, 1976 suggested to me that the world might be organized more like a randomized database than like a sequential library. Since there is only one person named Melchizedek in the LA phone book I have, to conclude that mere coincidence cannot explain this incident. Alternative explanations are equally inadequate. Unfortunately, I did not discuss my research with the driver, so a hoax is out of the question. There could be a well-organized conspiracy against me, of course, to put lady taxi drivers on my path with names related to my current reading interests, but the motivations of such conspirators would be rather obscure. Fortunately, another avenue of explanation exists. If there is no time dimension, as we usually assume there is, we may be traversing events by association. Modern computers retrieve information associatively. You evoke the desired records by using keyboards, words of power. You request the intersection of microwave and headache, and you find 20 articles you never suspected existed. Perhaps I had unconsciously posted such a request on some psychic bulletin board with the keyword Melchizedek. If we live in the associative universe of the software scientists rather than the sequential universe of the space-time physicists, then miracles are no longer irrational events. The philosophy we have derived would be closer to Islamic occultism than to Cartesian or Newtonian universe. A new theory of information would have to be built. Such a theory might have interesting things to say about communication with the denizens of other physical realities. If energy and information are related, why do we only have one physics and the physics of energy? Where is the physics of information? Is the old theory of magic relevant here? Are the writings of Paracelsus, with his concept of signatures, an important source of inspiration? There are highly speculative questions, but at time when we are beginning to suspect that computer-based network communication may create altered states conducive to enhanced psychic functioning, a new type of physical experiment is becoming possible. Creative speculation is necessary. These experiments would aim at probing the reality of information handling by the brain for the point of view of the associative constructs. They would ignore space and time referenced and use instead an expanded view of the process in terms of retrievable systems. The SRI experiments with Swan and Price, for example, suggest that remote viewing is based on an addressing scheme as indirect and virtual addressing possible. If so, to what level? Would this be a path towards reality that are not situated on far away planets? For right around us, outside of our normal consciousness, it is possible to promote consciousness and peculiar effects of apparently paranormal nature by systematically creating physical structures serving an information singularity. Until these questions are explored, it may be possible to address what Costa de Beauregard calls the truly unfundamental problem. Or did I get unfundamental? I didn't say that right. I did not say that right, sorry. What Costa de Beauregard calls the truly fundamental problem, that of the relationship between psyche and matter. For even if we consider only the operational aspect of an information, if someone learns something from it, physical theory dictates that empathy of the universe must be changed. If the world around us is a world of informational events, the symbolic manifestation that surrounds UFO reports should be viewed as a fact of the greatest magnitude. If we consider the physical world to be an associative universe of such informational events, consciousness is no longer simply a function which is local to the human brain. Instead, consciousness should be defined as the process by which informational associations are retrieved and transversed. The illusion of time and space would be merely a side effect of consciousness as it traverses associations In such theory, apparently paranormal phenomena like remote viewing and precognition would be expected, even common, and UFOs would lose much of their alien quality. These phenomena would be natural aspects of the reality of human consciousness and would be subject to manipulation by the human will, both consciously and unconsciously. In any case, the phenomena serve as the support for human ambition framework. Did I say ambition? Ambition. A framework for human tragedy, a fabric of human dreams. They react to them in their movies, and we react to them in their movies, in our movies, poetry, our music, our science fiction. They react to us. They are part of the control system for human evolution. Like a nuclear process inside a sun are long-term changes in the Earth's weather, but their effects instead of being just physical are also felt in our belief systems. They influence what we call our spiritual life. They affect our political institutions, our history, and our culture. 6 social consequences. Decod. Why can't I ever read it out loud or say it? I never can say it in a million years. Six social consequences. Our thoughts. We are nothing but our thoughts. We create things through our thoughts. It remains for us to summarize the social effects of the beliefs in UFOs like to create. It remains for us to summarize the social effects that the beliefs in UFOs is likely to create. Whether such physical objects exist or not, we have 6 major effects throughout this investigation. They were reflected in personal interviews and quotations from books and pamphlets of contactee organizations. 1. Belief in UFOs widen the gap between public and scientific institutions. Someday our society will pay the price for our lack of scientific attention given to UFO phenomena as more and more sincere witnesses come forward with their stories only to be summarily rejected by the academic and military institutions they thought they could trust. An increasing gap is created. Not only may the public turn away from science in any form and to become skeptical of the value of its investment in energy research and space technology, but may seek to substitute in new high-demand philosophies and pseudosciences. This movement towards superstition in turn antagonizes scientists who cite it as evidence that the UFO phenomena should not be studied seriously, and the vicious circle continues. 2. The contactee propaganda undermines the image of the human being as masters of their own destiny, being that the idea of Atlantis and the chariots of the gods and the continuing with biblical interpretation of Yahweh as the extraterrestrial contactee literature is replete with suggestions that all the great achievements of mankind would have been possible without social intervention. Should we thank extraterrestrial visitors for teaching us agriculture, the mastery of fire, the wheel, and most of our religious traditions, To anyone who has studied the history of science, such ideas, romantically attractive as they are, appear ill-founded. The best and worst in human beings have been displayed in all the cultures we know. Early cultures were as gifted for fashioning pyramids and building canals as they were skilled in exterminating their enemies, at raping and pillaging. 3,000 years later, we are engaging in the same behavior, although we build canals and exterminate enemies scientifically. 3. Increased attention given to UFO activity promotes the concept of political unification of this planet. This is perhaps the most commonly recurring theme in my entire study of these groups. Through the belief of UFOs, a tremendous yearning for global peace is expressing itself in a way that was captured very early by novelists like Cloister and Newman. The UFO is focusing human attention away from the Earth. Whether this becomes a factor for positive or negative social change depends on the way in which this focused attention is channeled. Contactee or organizations may become the basis of a new high-demand religion. The current conservative backlash against decadent morality and social liberalism has led many to reconsider their spiritual orientation. The Catholic Church is at a critical point in its history. Many other religions are in trouble. The new churches emphasize higher standards and strict discipline. The creeds of the UFO organizations often emphasize themes of sexual repression, racial segregation, and conservative values that place them in a position to capitalize on the growth of this movement. Especially noticeable is, in this respect, is the attention received by the two, quote, and the widespread success of the Melchizedek groups. Inherent in such sectarian activity is the seed of revolutionary religious movements with almost unlimited potential. 5. Irrational motivations based on faith are spreading hand in hand with the belief in extraterrestrial intervention. As the UFO phenomenon develops unchecked, with no expectation that research on its nature will be honestly attempted, a continually growth fraction of the public is becoming convinced that many phenomena are beyond the scope of science and are unknowable by rational process. If this fraction becomes the majority, they may end society's unquestioned support for rational science. And instead, we may soon find an intermediate system of beliefs in which an almost mystical faith is in higher contact blends together with advanced technology in strange hybrid ways. Among the contactees, the idea that an attempt at scientific control must be given up and replaced by blind faith and is already prevalent. 6. Contactee philosophies often include belief in higher races and a totalitarian systems that would eliminate democracy. From the statement that UFOs have visited us in the past, it is only a small step to say that their occupants have known the daughters of man and found them fair. Then some of us may have celestial blood in our veins, which would make them superior to others. The idea of a chosen people is an old one. It had lost its appeal in recent decades. Strong belief in extraterrestrial intervention could revive this primitive concept with the particular groups claiming privilege, which is peculiar to those who descend from the stellar explorers. We have also seen that the alleged communication with UFO occupants, when it touched on political subjects, tended to emphasize totalitarian images. Vollerhahn, for instance, reports he was told that democracy was obsolete. Raymond Bernard was instructed to expect a reversal of the old values. These 6 effects of the beliefs in extraterrestrial intervention indicate that an increase in social conditioning correlated with the UFO phenomena may lead to complex changes. If the manipulators do exist, I certainly salute their tenacity, but I am curious about their goals. Anybody clever enough to exploit the public expectation of UFO landings, and even to simulate an invasion from outer space, would presumably realize that human institutions are highly valuable to changes in our images of ourselves. It is not only the individual contactee who is manipulated, but the global image of humanity's collective psyche. One would like to know more than about the image of humanity, such as manipulators harbor in their own minds and in their hearts, assuming, of course, they do have hearts. Conclusion. In writing this book, the writing of this book has not been an easy task. In fact, it was outright difficult and painful, for the facts I have had to state in these pages were to my liking. They shocked earlier theories of mine, destroyed my accepted and familiar thoughts. They were not designed to win any new friends. Pondering the reports and theories, I kept thinking, should science have something to say about all this? If it doesn't, then what is science good for? Science, with the capital S, is a complex system. When you look at it from the inside, linear accelerators that stretch for miles, computing clusters as big as supermarkets, research centers the size of cities. The mind is easily impressed by the dimensions of modern technology. As a professional scientist, I have driven telescopes inside their large domes on mountaintops. I have operated computers in a radar factory. I have walked through immense wide tunnels, and I have found my way in the streets of atomic cities in Oak Ridge and Brookhaven. None of this helps me when I try to understand the motivations of the contactees. Science doesn't come to my aid anymore. I am outside the domain where equations rule a logical set of processes. I cannot look at all this from the inside. Consider science from the outside. It is a machine for turning out knowledge. It has worked extremely well for a while. It has given us aircraft, television, trips to the moon. On the other hand, there are situations in which it is useless because it assumes that the phenomena that are fed into it are natural and spontaneous. If something bigger and smarter than the ordinary human mind is around, if some clever deceivers use it to feed us phenomena that have been designed to fool us by Machiavellian spies and benevolent masters, then a scientific investigation will be useless. How can we find out whether or not anomalous phenomena can be dealt with in scientific terms? At the end of antiquity, people were fed up with science. The Greeks knew the earth was a globe. They knew how big it was, how far it was from the sun, and they knew the diameter of the moon. They could compute the dates of the future eclipses. They even understood the atomic structure of matter, but they couldn't tell people what the human race was doing here, where it would go next. So their science was swept away and forgotten. While the same thing happened to our science, is this what UFOs mean? Scientists may be in the same position with UFOs as they are with crime. Every police department has a criminology lab, but it is the detective who finds the criminal, not the technician. Where are the UFO detectives? The public has two usual positions on UFOs. Either it's all nonsense or we are visited by creatures from another planet. Until today, the first position has been the stronger one. The majority of the public and practically every scientist has long thought that UFOs are nonsense. That is why there are no UFO detectives. Now things are changing. So many people have seen strange phenomena that a new belief has been born. Scientific opinion cannot stop this shifting of power. Unfortunately, once disturbed from its comfortable position of rest, the public will shift to the other extreme and start believing in space visitations. This is unavoidable. This is so reassuring to have other forms of life come here. They may be horrible to behold, but at least they know about us. They care about us. They have gone to trouble of coming here to see what we look like. And the naive words of New York Times science editor, we are not alone. There is another system. It is sending us messengers of deception. They are not necessarily coming from nearby stars. In terms of the effects on us, it doesn't matter where they come from. I even suspect that where and when have no meaning here. How could we be alone? The black box of science has stopped ticking. People look up towards the stars in eager expectation. Receiving a visit from outer space sounds almost as comfortable as having a god, yet we shouldn't rejoice too soon. Perhaps we will get the visitors we deserve. Sociologist's Reaction, the epilogue, by David Swift. This book presents a disturbing alternative to the two main theories about UFOs. The skeptical view denies that UFOs exist. They are merely hoaxes, delusions, and misperceptions of ordinary objects and natural phenomena. The other approach maintains that UFOs are real and are spacecraft from another planet. Although Jacques Vallée concludes that UFOs are real, he does not think they are spacecraft. Instead, he suggests that they are physical devices for manipulating human beliefs, and that the manipulators may be people here on Earth. What are we to think of such an explanation? Inadequate? Far-fetched? Yes, but so are the other theories. There is no satisfactory explanation for UFOs. It is difficult to deny that they exist. Too many astronomers, pilots, and air traffic controllers and other trained observers have seen them, photographed them, tracked them through optical instruments, and simultaneously and simultaneous radar and visual sightings are periodically hard to dismiss. But if the UFOs are real, what are they? The extraterrestrial hypothesis has serious flaws. It is extremely unlikely that beings capable of building spacecraft live elsewhere in the universe. But visit from beyond the solar system would require time and speed that seems impossible according to our current ideas about the universe. Moreover, as Vallée observes, there are too many reports of landings in which UFO occupants have supposedly been surprised by Earthlings blundering onto them. Therefore, we should consider the possibility that such sightings were deliberately staged. Although Vallée's hypothesis also has shortcomings, it does not tell us who is causing the UFO sightings and how they are doing it. It is just as satisfactory as the other approaches and has some advantages. It does not challenge the reports of thousands of reliable witnesses, nor does it contradict our present laws of physics. Moreover, it suggests a plan behind the phenomena. It indicates that the UFO sightings could have serious social consequences. Before we examine these consequences, however, it may be helpful to glance at Vallée's own scientific qualifications. Vallée is an unusual scientist. He firmly believes in the scientific method, but he applies it to non-traditional fields. He has a master's degree in astrophysics and a PhD in computer science. He has served as a manager information systems at Stanford University and has written 5 other books on UFOs. His early work proposed categories for classifying UFO reports and placed them in broad geographical and historical context. More recently, his analysis has shifted away from the UFO itself to the effects of the sightings on the witness and society. His findings are disquieting. Flying saucers cultists may become an important factor in our culture. Beliefs in contact with extraterrestrials expose the believers to manipulation and could lead to revolutionary movements capable of undermining or destroying established institutions. Vallée is not talking about the many people who think that life might exist elsewhere in the universe, nor is he directly concerned with the many persons who have seen strange aerial phenomena they could not identify. Instead, Vallée focuses on a small group of contactees who believe they have received important messages from flying saucers. These revelations typically offer simplistic solutions to our complex problems. The danger, warns Vallée, lies in the contactees' unquestioning and contagious faith that extraterrestrial intervention will bring peace, joy, and salvation. The saucers have been sent by our space brothers. All we have to do is trust them. Our problems will be solved. This is a luring message, but would anyone be naive enough to believe it? The answer is yes. As sociologists know, something does not have to be true in order to influence us. A great deal of human behavior is based on questionable information. We plant crops, choose spouses, worship gods, wage wars because of our perceptions of a situation rather than because of the reality of it. There may be a vast difference between the two. The difference is crucial for understanding UFO cultists. They are influenced by They are influenced not by the objective facts of the situation, but by their interpretations of those facts. They act according to what we believe, not according to what might actually be true. The fact that their interpretations may be grossly inaccurate does not prevent them from behaving as if they were correct. This is what Vallée means when he says that contact with space may become a social fact a long time before it is a scientific reality. I emphasize this point because UFO cultists believe some strange things so bizarre that we are tempted to dismiss them as absurd but harmless. This may be a mistake on our part. Jesus, Marx, and Hitler seemed ridiculous to responsible citizens of their time, but they changed the course of history. UFO cults are like a religion, offering comfort and hope to people who are struggling with basic problems of modern life. On the one hand, science and education have undermined our faith in a benevolent God who cares about us. On the other hand, science and education have not provided satisfactory answers to questions about our origins and goals. Into this void have stepped the saucer sects, offering us the reassuring belief that benevolent beings from outer space will take care of us, solve our problems, and offer us unimaginable joys. The situation was aptly described by UFO cultists we met in this book. All these revelations have brought me such well-being, such an inner peace in this world where one doesn't know what to believe anymore, where it is impossible to believe in a good God with a long white beard or devil with cloven hoofs. A world where professional scientists cannot provide a precise enough explanation of our origin and our goals. In the light of these revelations, everything is cleared up and appears simple. This statement not only summarizes the response of UFO cultists, but also indicates that some of them are educated, thoughtful people, quite different from the stereotype of illiterate farmers and dreaming old ladies. This leads us to the next point, the future of these cults and our own future. At present, contactee groups are small and have no obvious effect on society except for discrediting serious research into the UFO phenomena. But will this situation remain the same? What are the circumstances under which these cults could become broad social movements posing a real challenge to society? Such movements arise when many people feel frustrated by existing conditions, and when the movements give hope for improvement. These hopes may seem far-fetched to the outsider, but there is practically no limit to the irrationalities which may be associated with successful movement. Factors that affect social movements in general have been summarized in the Handbook of Social Psychology. The ultimate success of social movements does not depend on their size and organization, or the quality of their leadership, or the sophistication of their views. It depends rather on the extent to which they successfully express feelings, resentments, worries, fears, and concerns and hopes of large numbers of people, the degree to which these movements can be viewed as vehicles for the solution of widespread problems. UFO cults appeal to a vast audience. The problem they address are an undeniable fact of our times. Profound changes have affected everyone practically in the Western world. Science, technology, and education have undermined traditional beliefs but have not provided satisfactory substitutes. God is dead, yet nothing has taken his place to guide us, reassure us, protect us. Families have shrunk nearly to the vanishing point. It is a rare person who still lives in the same house or community as his grandparents did. Few of the hundreds of people we pass on the streets know who we are or care. Old occupations, practices by generations slowly become extinct. Skills developed by a lifetime of practice become worthless. Over all these social and psychological concerns loom the threats of environmental pollution and energy crises, and the very real possibility of nuclear war will bring an apocalyptic end to life on this planet. There is widespread uneasiness about these problems, and the various remedies are being offered, including meditation, political action, drugs, and religion. UFO cults are competing with all these for the support of dissatisfied, disillusioned people. What are the chances that UFOs will outdraw the others? What are the saucer sects offer? What can the saucer sects offer that the rest cannot? A light in the sky, a message from someone up there can help you? At first glance, it may not seem impressive, but if we think about it, we realize that the UFO has some feature which make it a formidable contender. First, the UFO, more than any other competitors, highlights the inadequacy of science. The armed forces, the government, these are among the most powerful institutions in our society, yet they are unable to deal with UFOs. For 30 years, the flying saucers have made our leaders look ludicrous. They cannot explain it. They can't ignore it. They can't catch it, and they can't make it go away. It hovers on the edges of public awareness, occasionally darting into the spotlight, creating a moment of consternation, and then withdrawing into the shadows, usually leaving it observers unharmed but shaken by the experience. Physical scientists say that it is a problem for social scientists, and social scientists just as quickly throw it back to the physicists and astronomers. The Air Force, after grappling with the problem for 20 years, tried to wash its hands of the matter in the late 1960s. Although the government denies the UFOs exist, in 1973 the Gallup poll found that almost all Americans, 93%, were aware of UFOs, and that 15 million adults thought they had actually seen one. When the question, are UFOs real or imaginary, was asked of a group that was aware of the problem, the percentage of those responding real increased from 46% in 1966 to 54% in 1973 and 57% in 1978, when only 27% responded imaginary. Now no other symbol has so silently but effectively undermined the credibility of our leading institutions. Secondly, the UFOs and a universal symbol is a universal symbol appealing to men and women of many lands, ages, and races. It is not even restricted to the specific period of history. To simple observers, it is a wondrous bevel glittering. It's a wondrous bulb glittering in the sky. To the most sophisticated, it seems to be a product of a superior technology. It's in either case, the underlying message is so clear that it hardly needs to be verbalized. The creators of this awesome object have fantastic knowledge and power, and this knowledge and power might help you. This is an alluring message, and it will become more attractive with each failure of conventional attempts to solve our complex problems. The thought of salvation from the sky is likely to grow in appeal. This belief is, after all, not so different from traditional religious doctrine. The idea that benevolent beings live in the sky goes back to our childhood and to the early stages of human society. The UFO simply adds the trapping of modern science to those ancient beliefs because of the 20th century technology. Even we humans can fly into the heavens, and advocates of radio astronomy encourage us to believe that there are civilizations far in space. Thus, belief in UFOs is not such a big step. It may well attract large numbers of people who are dissatisfied with more mundane answers to our inescapable problems. Would such movements be a threat? Quite possibly. They could undermine the rational foundations of society. They would not have to overthrow the present system by themselves. They could simply reinforce irrational currents that already exist. Revelation rather than reason is the source of contactee beliefs. This is not a new occurrence. There have been previous periods during which people followed voices rather than logic, superstitious beliefs rather than observations, and experiments, and the consequences were disastrous. This is one of Valet's most telling points. He thinks that UFO sects will be influential because of today's spreading belief in the irrational. It is to this belief that our institutions are vulnerable. Thus, as he observes, the genuine counterculture of today is not that of hippies or drugs, but rather of counterculture of UFO contactee. It is a more durable, subtle, and dangerous because it has a broader social base. It is not tied to any specific group or age bracket. The irony is that the scientists themselves have contributed to this situation by refusing to consider problems beyond the borders of safety and established science. Valet remarked that the attitude he first observed among his colleagues in Paris Observatory, science reluctance to investigate paranormal phenomena, is slowly driving many people to react by accepting any claim of superior or material contact. We now come to Valet's conjecture that contactees are being deliberately manipulated, perhaps by some group here on Earth. Could he be right? Your guess is as good as mine. I suggest that we keep our minds open, weighing the evidence he presented. He does offer some intriguing ideas. For instance, he notes that we already have technologies capable of distorting the observer's sense of reality. A television can control our awareness so that we sometimes cannot tell whether a scene is real or fake, whether it is actually happening or is being staged. Furthermore, advertisers use subliminal conditioning to make us want their products without our being aware that we have been exposed to their messages. If we have such devices now, what might be done by a more advanced technology? We can get some idea by looking at our own progress. a century ago, it would have been seemed impossible that people would walk on the moon while we sat at home watching and listening to them. And I think it was all staged myself. I'm not saying that they didn't go to the moon. I'm just saying what they saw on television, what we see, that's all theatrics. And if for what we just read here, if that's the possibility of happening, it's not a possibility, I should say, then you might have to reassess things. Now, I don't know if they actually went to the moon or not, but I know one thing. What I've watched and what I've seen and for other people, how they've broken down these stage theatrics of going to the moon and back, that was not real. And here's the thing, that doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. That's another thing. It doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. It just means that in this war that they're waging against everyone is that whoever that way they are, the oligarchs, is that, you know what, the contradictions is the rule of the day. Feed the mind with tons of contradictions so you never know which is the absolute, which is up and down and which is left and right. Which is truth and which is a lie. You have no idea. We just assume we do. All I know is what I've seen. It doesn't make it. It's just full of contradictions, like it was all staged in a theater, or it's in a stage, like a Hollywood basement. Today's impossibilities may soon become accomplished facts. Vallée's hypothesis attempts to account for an aspect of UFO that has been neglected by UFO researchers. The social influence of the contactee, they act as if they were being manipulated according to certain principles listed in this book. This method of saying something works as if is used in physics and sociology. Although politically helpful, it must be used with caution. We must not confuse results with purpose. The first could be accidental, the second could be intentional. This distinction is particularly urgent on topics like UFOs, and Vallée is aware of it. He explores the consequences of contactee beliefs and then purposely steps across the border into the realm of intent. This enabled him to discern possible reasons behind the contactee phenomena. Vallée has made a commendable effort to explain the phenomena that could have grim consequences. We don't know whether he is right or wrong. We may never know. At the very least, however, he has advanced our understanding by amassing a large amount of first-hand observations about contactee cults in 2 continents. It is ironic that this confident study of a potential significant social movement was done by a physical scientist rather than a sociologist. Now that he has shown the way, I hope other researchers will follow. And once again, this is by Professor David Swift, Department of Sociology, University of Hawaii. Appendix. Statement on the UFO phenomena prepared for delivery before the Special Political Committee in the United Nations Organization, New York City, November 27, 1978, by Jacques F. Vallée, information scientist, Palo Alto, California. Mr. Chairman, in the process of science, it is common for old human ideas to be challenged by new facts. New knowledge is born of this challenge. In the process of social development, it is common for new knowledge to trigger emotional reactions with far-reaching cultural and political effects. Now beliefs are born of this confrontation. The frequent reporting of unexplained phenomena in the sky, of many countries during the last 30 years presents an opportunity to observe both of these processes. And the document circulated prior to this meeting and our preliminary discussions with His Excellency Mr. Kurt Waldheim. Why would they call him Mr. Excellence? That's because he knows how to talk to these oligarchs. Because he's probably knows them, raised with them. The representatives of the Outer Space Affairs Group and essential facts of the phenomena have been stated by Dr. J. Allen Hannick and Dr. Claude Power by myself accordingly. I will limit my remarks to one aspect of the phenomenon which touches directly on the role of our committee. To be specific, I would like to call our attention to a new social movement based on the expectation of contact with beings from outer space. This belief in many ways is an emotional one, although the UFO phenomenon is real and appears to be caused by an unknown physical stimulus. I have so far failed to discover any evidence that it represents an arrival of visitors from outer space. Instead, it is my conclusion, Mr. Chairman, that the phenomenon has three aspects. The first aspect is a physical manifestation that can and should be investigated by means of already available scientific equipment. Dr. Claude Pohar and his recently concluded study sponsored by an agency of the French government has now shown the way in this direction. This year, as the Spanish armed forces have also released their files on cases that had resisted analysis by their experts. There is no lack of physical data, and there is no lack of competent scientists who are willing to examine them with an open mind. The second aspect of the UFO phenomenon is psychophysiological. Witnesses are at the scenes exhibit disorientation, symptoms, a loss in sense of time, partial paralysis or loss of voluntary muscle control, auditory or visual hallucinations, eye complaints ranging from conjunctivitis to temporary blindness, mass psychic reactions, and long-term effects such as disturbance of sleep and dream patterns and rational behavior changes. I do not believe it is within the province or the budgets of the United Nations to address such effects directly, except where the United Nations organization can serve its traditional role in disseminating scientific information and facilitating exchanges among scholars. It is the third aspect of the UFO phenomenon which deserves your full attention here, Mr. Chairman. The third aspect is the social belief system, which has been generated in all the nations represented on this committee by the expectation of space visitors. This belief has been nurtured by the lack of serious attention given to genuine reports of UFOs, and it is creating new religious, cultural, and political concepts of which social science has taken little notice. He's got a picture here, I guess, of him, Jacques, attends a closed UNN conference with Kurt Waldheim and the international UFO experts. I have spent more than 15 years conducting studies of reports made through official and non-official channels in France and the United States. These analyses have been supported by extensive computer statistics. In addition, I have been in frequent communication with scientists in other parts of the world, and the conclusion I have reached about the social effects of the UFO phenomena and the cultures I have studied are the following. 1. Belief in space visitors is independent of the physical reality of the UFO phenomenon. In terms of social science, we might say that something is real if enough people believe it is in it. The UFO phenomenon has now reached this point. The question of knowing whether or not UFOs are physically real is becoming secondary in the mind of the public. 2. The belief in the imminence of UFO contact is an indication of a widening gap between the public and science. We are beginning to pay the price for the negative and prejudiced attitude with which our scientific institutions have treated sincere witnesses of UFO phenomena. The lack of serious open-minded research in the field has encouraged these witnesses to think that science is incapable of dealing with the phenomena. This attitude has led many people to seek answers outside the rational pursuits of knowledge to which science is dedicated. Only an open exchange of information on the subject could now correct this dangerous trend. 3. In the absence of serious, unbiased research on the subject, the belief in imminence of UFO contact undermines the image of man as the master of his own destiny. In recent years, we have seen many books arguing that the Earth has been visited by space travelers in prehistoric times. Although this theory deserves serious study, it is leading many people to suggest that the great achievements of mankind would have been impossible without celestial interventions. The development of agriculture and the mastery of fire and the basis of civilizations are credited to so-called higher beings. Not only does this idea contradict many archaeological facts, it encourages passive expectations of another visit by friendly space creatures to solve current human problems. 4. The expectation of contact with space visitors promotes the concept of political unification of our planet. Through the belief in space entities, a strong and beautiful yearning for global peace is expressing itself. The UFO phenomena is providing an outside focus for the human emotions. Whether this becomes a factor for positive and negative social change will depend on the way in which these emotions are treated and on the seriousness with which the underlying physical phenomenon is investigated. Such is the challenge before the committee. Mr. Chairman, it is not my role to suggest a specific approach to the complex problem. The scientists with whom I am in contact would welcome an opportunity to share their idea and their data and their ideas within any structure that could be made available for this purpose. All the great nations of the world are represented on this committee. Let us keep in mind that the UFO phenomenon may represent an even greater reality. It is our choice to treat it as a threat or as an opportunity for human knowledge. And that's it. We're done. It's got notes, a prologue, notes. So it's just got these notes, and then books to look into, like I don't know, Bodyguard of Lies. That sounds like an interesting one too. Man the Puppet. That's another one interesting. Village Voice. The role of cultic milieu in joining a UFO cult. Flemmon's The Age of Flying Saucers. Telephone interview. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Sandler's Physiology of Fear and Faith. I remember looking that one up. Leadbeater's Science of the Sacraments. Then there's The Order of Melchizedek. I don't know if I'm going to read that thing. California Institute of personal psychology newsletter. I don't even know if any of these even exist anymore. And I don't know if I'm even interested to find out, to be honest with you. See if there's any other books I missed. When Prophecy Fails, An Invisible College. Yeah. A Handbook of Social Psychology. That would be an interesting to read. Not that, to me it would be. I don't know if anybody else would. Then we got bibliography. Oh, these are the books and stuff. Is there anything that's motivate me to... I'm not really into ufology, although I've seen the 3 things that qualify as a UFO, and the last one was in February this year, during that time period, when there were, those balloons things, supposed to be Chinese sending balloons, and one got shot down over Lake Michigan by the Air Force allegedly. And then what I saw, it was quite just bizarre. I plan on writing about it, and whether it's an alien or not, or just this a made for me moment light show from. I don't know, man, and that's the problem. No one knows. It's just assumptions and presumptions and no guarantees. Nothing. So we already learned about him. He has a master's degree in astrophysics and a PhD degree in computer science, right? And Master of Physics was 1979. That's when it was published. So we're talking 44 years ago. Not much has changed. I think it was an important book. I think it was an important book to read. I think Jacques Vallée's literature is important to read. I don't think it's something that should be lightly dismissed or thought as just quackery. I think the guy's trying to be reasonable about the situation. Of course, what does it matter what I think anyways, right? Why does it matter? And so this is the book, once again, cover. I'm sure it comes in many different covers. The Messenger of Deception, UFO Contact and Cults, Jacques Vallée. And I don't know what I'll read next. I know in 7 hours I'm going to be doing a show with JT, unless things change, and also be interviewing a guy, Len, who sounds like a reasonable person who claims he had a up a close encounter with a Sasquatch, which it would be interesting to see how my experience compares to his experience, and the odds are with this 14 show that we're living in, this simulation or whatever you want to call it, the odds of it being the same are slim to none. Slim to none. So with that profound ending and comment, I'm done with this book. What will we read next? I wonder if I want to do another Keel book or not.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
If you don't know, you should take it slow. Are you searching?